It's only racist if you
Shut up,
take
I'm
it
live.
that way.
Idiot moron. Why would you do that? It's the start of my stream is me calling you idiot moron, which at least is pretty appropriate. So.
So can we start all streams like that?
Yeah, I should.
All streams
That's
should be started by calling someone an idiot moron, whoever deserves it the most.
Yeah.
Which
Today's
means it'll probably be
moron.
Shambler every time.
Yeah.
You're fired. Get out of here.
You're fired.
You can't fire me for
I
a
don't
job
care
that
that
I
I
pay
did
for.
son.
Alright, I just gotta quickly shovel some stuff out of here. Where is the other?
I thought he was gonna say yes to quickly be right back.
No. Well, at least it would be quick. Homies.
Lying.
I started the stream already. It has to be quick. Alright. You post this in a few places. And yeah. So we are live with, believe it or not, session 16 of Ascension da Sazarin. Did you guys know what happened in the last session? Do you guys remember? Three Crow drank a whole bunch of espresso. That's what happened.
Yeah.
That's right. And I still have the rest of the bottle to go.
Well, that's pretty.
He's
pretty good
gonna
time.
do it again.
We helped some spirits. We killed a digger.
That's right. Well, no, that was the
Yep.
session before, wasn't it?
No, yeah, the
You
digger
guys
was the
did.
session before.
Shambler's character did, and I say Shambler's character because I don't think this is an in-character decision. Decided to start summoning another one, so you know you can thank Shambler.
And
What do you mean
then
you
Rose
think it was an
threatened to
in-character
haunt
decision?
him.
It was
Hey,
an
with his entire
in-character
bloodline.
decision.
We took an orc woman captive because we're
Oh
crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
we interrogated her.
You guys.
We took
And
the
then
Just
game
one of them.
captive with an
There's
orc
only
woman.
one of you who interrogated her.
No,
Yeah,
bro.
There's only one who could actually speak
Instantly.
to her.
Hey, I played Pictionary with her. I learned some interesting things about her. Discovered she works for Savras.
I would like to remind you, even Ro facepalmed at the the Pictionary.
Hey, the Pictionary was actually useful. It made Narath not want to kill her, even despite being a filthy
I
human.
like
And
that.
that's always useful.
What constitutes useful is letting Narath cooperate with the party instead of being outwardly antagonistic. I guess that is
Narath
useful.
has been cooperative for 90% of this.
That's not true.
That's not even close, buddy.
True.
So before we immediately get bogged down in a party fight before our characters have even had time to do anything, I will point out that, of course, the final moments here saw the bonding of the spirit that was apparently the chicken and also the dog, thanks to Blink lying to the cavern.
Oh yeah.
It was creative problem solving.
Yeah, that's how you brute force a puzzle, fellas. Just roll a nat 20.
That's right. No, I mean, it was a clever idea. So the Nat 20 was like a... Not that I have the technology to do this, but if there was a roll that I could have made
Yeah,
you
they
auto
made it
get
canon.
a Nat 20, yeah, like that would have been it. So, yeah, clearly the fates decided that would work. And you guys managed to find yourself face to face with the only other living creature, other than the digger that you guys had to kill, the Bulette, that you've been able to see. You know, that finally one that isn't outwardly hostile, in fact, since the only friendly things down here were the dead. And it's a dwarf who's a particularly cantankerous-looking fellow. He's definitely not pleased with whatever this situation is, and he made no bones about it when he addressed Ludman directly and said, "What the hell have you brought me?" So, you know, clearly one look at the ragtag band of baboons that you guys constitute.
It is a fair statement.
Yes.
A fair question.
It's a very, very fair question. But Ludman's been thrown on the head a few too many times, so he needs recovery before he can answer that. He's basically collapsed at the door. So I don't consider the orc as part of your party. So I think that's pretty much. Obviously, there was plenty of back and forth between the party, plenty of decisions that had to be made. We had to hyper split everybody because everybody went in a different direction. But now you're all in the same spot, and wouldn't you know it? It seems the doorway out has closed behind you, so you have to talk to the guy. But
Alright,
that's
roll
okay, because I
initiative.
think that's
Hang on,
actually
let's
what
go.
you wanted to do. So, also, I will point out for my brother's use case that you will find your new features on your character sheet already. They're listed as other features because I had to add them. Like, I didn't redo your whole rogue or whatever. So they're not listed as class features, even though they are. I can't change that.
Epic.
Yeah, they're
I'm
there.
gonna ask Geltar if he knows what this spirit wants.
It's
So
not a
I
spirit.
assume this is a spirit.
Blink will So you said, "What have you brought me?"
He asked Ludman, what the hell have you brought me? Yeah. Also, for Ashtorium's sake, Gelter materializes for your view only and says, "Oh, that's a real one," and then disappears.
Blink will step forward and say, "Well, we've managed to get through this interesting cave system, helping spirits and the like. Ludman," and he'll turn to look at him, "doesn't seem very awake right now."
At this point, the dwarves' eyes are kind of passing over each member of the party, very slowly, exactingly attempting to figure out every single thing that he can, just by straight looking at y'all. Narath, you were looking over the dwarves' regalia and general armaments. While he does seem to boast a weapon, there's definitely nothing about him that immediately identifies him as a ranking member or, even belonging to any one thing. You don't see a sigil of any sort of heraldry, any sort of organization. Nothing that implies that he belongs anywhere. However, as your eyes adapt to the influx of light, you'll also notice a very sparse background. Almost Spartan. Not that that word makes sense in this case. Spartans didn't exist in D&D. But you get the idea. There's not really a whole lot going on over here. It's very faint. The crackling of a fire seems to imply that indeed this man requires warmth. But besides that, you can't see anything that would imply that maybe he lives here or sleeps here.
Does he respond to me at all, or is he just...
He's just
still
looking
us
at
over?
everybody. He's examining you all.
Blink will kind of clear his throat to try and bring the attention back to him, and will say, "And, well, this is the crew. I'm Blink. That is Ashtorium. This is Darix. That in the back is Ro. Silas in the corner with his hawk. And Narath and his orcish friend. We are simply trying to make it back above ground so we can make it to, where we need to go."
While he hasn't looked back to you as you explain who everybody is, or as you attempted to bring the focus down to yourself, he does respond to the end of your statement rather almost snappily, like immediately says, "And where is it you need to go?"
Do I have any... I don't have any reason to think he would not like the Sazarin, so Blink will look at him and say, "Well, the manner of the Sazarins."
His eyes narrow a bit, but he still hasn't looked back to you, still scanning every one of the party.
If not there, simply a way out of here would be most preferable.
When he
Yeah, I
looks
don't think
at
anyone wants to stay here.
Ashtorium will wave a little.
Ro will give an awkward smile from the back.
The man takes one stride forward and grabs hold of Ludman, slowly dragging him to his feet and kind of hauling him in such a way that his boots leave tracks, like a trail, as he drags him backwards, eventually sort of forcing him into the chair. Then, without even turning, says, "That one over there." And he points off into the distance a little bit, towards one of the large pipes at the back of the room. "Take it close to where you need to go."
As Blink goes to walk by, he's going to say, "Well, we thank you for your hospitality. And Ludman's, of course. He worked honorably."
He scoffs a little bit as Blink says that, and says, before continuing to sit the dwarf upright, awaiting his return to consciousness. Narath, as you examine the statue, it seems to be of a dwarven make and also depicting a dwarf. Some sort of epithet of a, shall we say, a mythical figure, perhaps. It's certainly some sort of homage, but the build and the armaments of the figure depicted seem to imply not just a warrior, but also a smith.
You are the caretaker of this place? Arath says, directed towards the dwarf.
He simply grunts in affirmative, but doesn't speak more than that.
Are you aware of what happened to your kin at the tavern?
There's a little sigh from him, barely perceptible. Then he sort of stands a little bit closer to the chair before turning around to face Narath and Silas and the rest of the group that's still over by the entrance. And he says, "If they're dead, I'll have them down here soon enough. If they're alive, they'll get themselves down here soon enough."
Arath nods, and as he walks by the table, he leaves 5 gold.
The man doesn't seem to have a reaction as you place gold upon the table, but you will notice that the as you move towards it, the fire appears to not provide any warmth or radiance. It's simple light, as opposed to being a true blaze.
Silas is going to take a moment to study this statue over here.
All right. As mentioned, when Narath was looking at it, it appears to be of some kind of figure in dwarven myth, or perhaps something of importance to the dwarves of Kernia. However, what you would notice about it, Silas, is mostly the cut has been very careful. The stones, well, it's above your pay grade to know whether or not those stones are from local, or have this whole statue been imported or built with imported materials, but somebody did take extra care to make sure that this depiction was as lifelike as possible, despite being oversized.
Silas will glance back towards the dwarf that inhabited this space. Do they look similar?
Hard to tell with no color to work with, but the beards do seem to have a bit of a resemblance at the very least. This dwarf does not wear the same vestments or adornments, certainly not the same armor. The one depicted is fully armed as if he was ready to serve in the front lines, yet he wields primarily a hammer that looks more made to smith than it does to smite.
That investigation check was to figure out what the heck this is.
Sure, I'll give you a response in text. Well, because it looks like Silas is still gearing up.
Yeah, Silas is going to approach the dwarf and extend a hand and say, "It is a pleasure to meet you."
The crotchety old dwarf deliberately keeps his arms at his side But he does almost begrudgingly look up at you and says, I need you out of here.
Well, we'll be out of your hair soon enough, my friend. And Silas will, if he allows it, give him just a pat on the shoulder to see if he is real.
He just stares up at you as your hand makes contact with his cape, or his not cape, but like cloak, and his the rather real fabric and outline of his shoulder clearly brushing up against your touch. He doesn't move a muscle as you do so, however, as if just giving you not quite a death stare, but something approaching it.
But acknowledging that his suspicion was not correct, Silas will step back and give him some space.
The Darks will ask, have you seen eggs?
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, the draconian eggs. They're lost.
Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, Narath is not lining up at the door.
The Darks does trust what Eternity said,
Right.
but
Hard not to.
absolutely, of course. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't know when
Right.
he'll meet up with them again. So,
So, right before I say that, Darix, Blink, you've examined the tube long enough to recognize that this very long construction, it seems to disappear into the rock of the surrounding cavern. So far as you can tell, there's no immediate end to the tube in sight, indicating that it may go on for quite a while. Grooves inside the, on the outside of the tube are enough to tell you that the device has certainly seen use. Meanwhile, the strange implement in front of it appears to be some kind of perhaps a hole with which to descend through, a chamber of sorts. There's a large mechanism that indicates that that if it were turned, you would be able to descend into it. It's not immediately obvious what's meant to happen here, but however this thing is operated, it seems to be a form of transport.
So something that needs to be turned?
Yes, you see the spherical shape, the circular shape, with the 4 bolts sticking out of it in almost like a crosshair style fashion. That is, with the shape within that is a lock of some kind that can be opened.
It looks almost like a valve
Yeah.
to me. Yeah.
Is this like the Futurama tube travel?
I
Where you
have
get
not
in the
seen
pipe?
Futurama, so I do not know. Maybe.
Or Super Mario, where you jump in the pipes and it takes you somewhere else?
So it's not like
Okay,
it's
then
not something that can be
like-
like strengthed. It needs to be like
Perhaps one with enough strength could do it, but it also looks like it's awaiting some kind of operation. You know, like a key perhaps could be inserted into it to turn. Alright. So, Darix, you ask this dwarf somewhat, it sounded like somewhat clandestinely, like quietly, almost.
yeah, as quiet as Darks
Yeah.
does. Thing.
And as he says, as you request this information, he looks up at you, also almost begrudgingly, and he lets out a sigh, and he steps back around behind Ludman, and then brushes past Ro, and ducks down underneath the table. When he returns, he has the 2 draconian eggs, one in each hand, and offers them plainly to you.
Darks is elated. Just big, first time in a long time, big, happy, toothy grin. He opens his backpack up and very carefully sets them on opposite ends of eternity. Make sure they're all snug. And then he puts his big, huge hands on either side of the dwarf and he shakes his shoulders and goes, "Bless you. Bless you." And then, like, for the first time ever, to anyone not a Draconin, he bows his head. Like, he just... And then he lets go of it when he, like, sees that he's probably, like, brr.
Yeah, he's got a quite, like, a perplexed and not necessarily pleased expression up on his face. As he says...
He's probably very confused.
As he says... "I'll be blessed when I'm done with this."
Yes, strongest guide your path in life, bearded one. Truly.
Maybe it's around that time that they'll hear Blink call out, "Dwarf, is there a key to this?"
There's another grumble from him as he steps a bit closer to the mechanism. He, out from a sort of satchel upon his belt, he produces what seems to be an awfully like a crowbar, and presses it against the valve, the sort of like the hook atop the overall mechanism, and begins to pull at it. There seems to be some resistance at first, and then it, much more easily than it seems it should, snaps open and begins to rotate, revealing what for some in your party will be a tight squeeze, but certainly enough of an opening to fit one person at a time.
Blake will lead the way.
He looks towards you all and says, "I guess this is your first time."
Is there no door?
Doors are big round.
Dark's eyes the contraption very warily, and then looks down at himself, and then looks back a little. Like, And then he, like, looks at Ro and Narath. It's like, trying to compute. Will we fit? I don't know.
Actually, the question is the orc lady.
No, I don't think she's bigger than we are.
No,
Narath will
but she's
strap her
unconscious.
to his back if he has to.
Because of course you will. All right,
That
Blake
would
goes first.
actually be too big, so I don't think you can do that. You're already going to be testing the limits of dwarven contraptions as it is.
Yeah.
We'll strap her to Astorium's back then.
I told Astorium to never carry the dwarf. I mean, the orc.
Owned. Well,
Astorium is agency.
Astorium is not carrying anybody or anything.
Astorium said he didn't. I should say Astorium said he didn't want to carry the orc, and then I told him to never carry the orc.
owned. So,
Alexander Norris said something to you in Draconic.
yeah, check that out.
Astorium will
Alex.
say, "Your orc, your problem."
Oh. So, Blink, as you descend past the now open aperture, your feet, your boots hit the presence of cold stone or perhaps even metal. It's a strange sensation as the uncharacteristically hard terrain beneath your feet is a stark contrast to the more gravelly stone that you were stepping through while inside the cave. The air within seems very cold, not to the point where you're shivering, but certainly to the point where it feels like there's been a change of weather or something. And though it's difficult to see with the close quarters, there does appear to be perhaps some kind of table a rectangular thing that is almost like a platform. You'll hear like these grumpy instructions being given to you by the dwarf as he says, "The platform is what you lay on. You grab hold of it with all 4 limbs, and you don't let go."
Blink is gonna think, how did he get here? And then do it.
Then the next instructions come for you. On the left and the right of the platform's pillar, you'll feel a switch. Both of them must be thrown at the same time. Throw that switch, and you'll be where you need to go.
Blink will do as he is instructed.
You find the... you do indeed find the switches that you are looking for. This strange contraption seems to almost buzz and whir beneath you, turning, gears turning underneath, or sound of some kind of contraption springing to life, and then the rustling of air, as if you were caught in a maelstrom, a storm. Anything that wasn't bolted onto you would have certainly been thrown off, and you grip the platform instinctively in a death grip. And we'll get back to you once everybody else is through, I think.
Oh.
Ashtorium jumps in and does the exact same thing.
You'll hear what sounds like the internal whistle of Gelter, who remarks, "Now this is craftsmanship. Give it to the boys from Kernia." Well, it's not long before Ashtorium triggers the same platform, same results from that platform. The rest of the party will hear a constant sort of whirring before a very quick zoom of like the grinding of stone on stone, and then the aperture will open up yet again, revealing an empty vessel with which to climb into. Looks like Darks has to BRB right now.
So they're zooming off.
They've clamped themselves to some kind of platform.
The Wrath will look to Ro and say, "Oh, my friend, you are the biggest among us. It is probably best that you go before me so I can get an idea of how we're going to handle myself." And he sort of lifts the orc a tad bit more to emphasize her. "This one."
You want me to go through first? Ro walks over. Do you think I'll fit in this?
Balethal has a speaking image, but no sound came out.
Oh, no sound.
No, I'm hearing.
We can hear you. It's
Oh,
his
okay.
speakers.
Am I cucked? Because everyone's
Yeah.
doing it now.
It's your speakers.
You're cooked,
Okay.
Chandler.
For a second there, I was like, wait a minute, my mic isn't working?
Speak.
I am speaking.
Yeah, okay, something's cooked.
Why is it
Nice.
always Chandler?
His speakers, dude. He still has them for one.
Dude, my favorite part is how he's like, "Yeah, Ro, you have to go first so I can figure out this problem that I caused." It's a good bit.
Classic Shambler bit.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know it's not my speakers
It's
because
your
I can hear
speakers.
the stream just fine.
Definitely your
And the
speakers.
sounds of the ambient shit. I just can't hear any of you. So
Restart
Discord's
Discord.
being
Camper.
retarded. I'm gonna open it up again.
There you go. He figured
Amber
it out.
can't hear us. He's so we can call him all the things we want.
Dude, I can't believe Three Crow has to call the pizza place because they effed up his pizza order.
Oh, I didn't even read that. What happened?
I don't know why he still orders food.
It's
and
in
that doesn't make any sense.
chat. It's in the Discord.
You map of his town. There's only one pizza place.
Honestly,
All right.
at this point,
I heard you.
we do need to start like a fucking Deadpool for like how many sessions in a row you
Alright,
can
I'm
have
back.
fucked up dinner. What's up, dude? We were just talking. I only just now read that you had a fucked up pizza order.
Every
Yeah, dude,
session.
They
we
called me after I placed the order and said they were out of most of the ingredients, so I asked them to make something else, and then they gave me a pizza that had like everything on it instead of what I asked for. And I just called them and was like, "What the fuck is this?"
They weren't actually out, so they put everything.
They
Yeah,
gave you
They
all
put your
the
first
ingredients.
order on it and
That's
your
why they're
second
out.
order on it. Yeah.
That's right.
It's like, dude, I'm so pissed.
I'm so peeved.
Double the pizza, bro.
Oh, well, it's like a fucking disgusting amalgamation of things that aren't supposed to go together.
Yeah,
That's for
you have
you-
to
that's
pick
not
off
for you to
all of
decide.
the you need like a lint roller, but for pizza ingredients.
Black olives and pineapple.
It's pineapple, tomato, and a bunch of other shit.
All right.
Wow.
So what did Rose say?
He said, "You want me to go in first?"
And then I walked over.
Yes. Yes. Narath responds yes.
Okay. I may need some help fitting inside, dwarf. And then he like walks over, but I assume he doesn't go in easily.
It's definitely a squeeze to the point where like perhaps your armor gives you the biggest trouble trying to fit your very broad shoulders in. Because even when you kind of
Right.
bunch them up, your armor still pushes past that. But muttering to himself, the dwarf will deploy his trusty crowbar to attempt to force
He's giving you the
one
key.
side of your shoulder in, and then he moves around to the other side and does the same to that one, and it's kind of a back and forth, but eventually you're able to wiggle in with minimal damage to your armor.
Okay, that's good.
It's okay. I'm sure the manor will have row-sized armor.
Well, here's
There you go.
here's the deal, Ro. You're looking at this table that is like scarcely illuminated from some light that has a faint, blue pulse, kind of reminding you, reminiscent of the lights from the lanterns, right? And
Mhm.
this platform is dwarf sized. This is not row sized. So you remember the dwarf's instructions where he says to grab hold of
hold onto
it,
yep.
hold on really tight, flip 2 switches at the same time. So you are going to need to sort of time this out to some degree. So I say you give me a sleight of hand skill check and see how well you.
I'm gonna have to try and catch Row as he flies. Oh,
Okay, all right. Now I'm gonna. Okay, so, Ro, your big mitts are able to fit around and eventually flip the switch with just your thumbs on either side, but actually grappling on and holding on to this thing is a different story entirely, especially as it springs to life and begins to seemingly move at a ridiculous speed, one that you're absolutely not accustomed to, moving on by land, by sea, by horse, or anything. It's just full throttle to an incredible degree. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit. Let me see here. Dexterity normal.
Hey.
Yo.
Well, all right, Ro. That you get the sense that you might have actually been about to fly off there at the end, but you manage to steady yourself to the point that you, as you disappear deeper into the tube, rocketing off to this at an incredible speed, an inordinate speed, in fact, you are able to grab hold of it at the last second and steady yourself for the very fast ride that you have signed up for, apparently.
He had no idea this was going to happen.
The rest of the party will watch as the dwarf is like, has a one hand pressed against the tube and is looking almost like off into the distance towards the rock of the wall of the room, the chamber, and eventually, as if responding to some distant stimulus, leans back and gives a short nod, almost imperceptible, before turning back around to face the rest of you and says, "Have y'all got this by now, or you still need my help?"
Narath pipes up and says, "This orc is incapacitated, but it is necessary that she come with us. I'm sure that you do not want to have to babysit when she wakes up. Any idea how to get her in there and moving?"
Chamber's big enough for one. If she can't flip the switches, she can't go. And even if she could, if she can't hold on, she won't survive. Then he sort of pulls his cloak to one side, revealing a, not sure how big that blade is, but it's either a short sword or a long sword, Narath. And he says, "I could watch her just fine and have her on after you when she does come to."
It will not come willingly.
The man seems somewhat apathetic about this situation. He says, "I've offered to do it for you, but she can't go if she's unconscious."
Squinting, Narath says, "You've done us a service, but if I find out that the orc is dead, I will come for you. You understand this?"
Nara. Oh God. Darek's elbows Narath in the chest.
Narath ignores it and just continues to stare down the orc.
Ro is overcome with a feeling of gratitude for something he isn't quite sure what it is.
The dwarf simply remarks, "I don't think you'll find yourself back here anyway. But I don't want to keep her, so you can expect her."
Narath nods and sets the orc down. And then, prior to Derax's relief... Oh no, actually. He actually points to the tube, looking at Derax and says, "Go."
Darek nods his shakes his head. No. No.
I will not start a fight with the man who has allowed us to escape this place. I promise you that.
Darek gives like the biggest, like, disbelieving, scaly iris raise of his entire life. He's like, "I don't believe you at all."
Alright, do I have to roll persuasion here on you? Like,
No, Darks
the
will
truth.
sigh and look at the dwarf and say, "You can strike him down if it please you." And just like starts to very clumsily and nervously, you know,
Descend into the contraption.
Yeah, descend into the contraption, and he's got like a complete death grip on the straps of his backpack.
Yep.
He's just like holding as tightly as he can, while also wiggling himself.
Right. So Darix, compared to Ro, you're able to go in pretty smoothly, but that's compared to Ro. It's still a tight squeeze. This chamber was not built for things above 6 feet, let alone your height. So as you're cramming yourself in there and very awkwardly moving through, it kind of reminds you of slowly skulking through the cave before you got to this point. All the way back in, like after you escaped from the tavern's underbelly. And eventually you do find that very, the faint blue glow illuminating the pedestal and platform that you're meant to lay upon and operate. But to do so will require both of your hands, which means you'll have to relax that grip on your satchel there.
It's a whole bow. So like, what he does is he kind of like makes chicken wings with his elbows, like holding the straps down while reaching his arms as like forward to grab a hold. So he's like a I don't know. If he was standing up, he'd probably look like a weird hunchback with like short T-Rex arms.
Well, if it wasn't bad enough that your claws are oversized for this task, that is also going to restrain your range of movement a little bit, so I am going to need a sleight of hand check to see how easily you can operate the device and still grab hold of it. Oh,
no, nat 3.
All right.
Oh,
dude, the funniest option
thing
here.
happened. Yeah.
Funniest option here. Backpack goes flying off, and Blink has to sleight of hand to catch it.
Well, Darix, you're able to, after several attempts, get both switches going at the same time, and yet your grip on the platform itself is much harder to come by after operating the switch, and you really don't have that much time to grab hold of it either, because this thing starts to move fast. The wind whips at your scales. If you you get the sense that if you had your tongue out, your drool would be stolen right off of it by the frequency of the wind moving forward.
You can hear him screaming like it's a roller coaster ride, but instead of a scream, it's like a draconian roar. It's like, oh!
And it disappears so fast. Like any sound you were making at the start of this move, for everybody else, it'll be there for a split second and then immediately, seemingly just vanish into the ether.
Oh,
I am going to need a dexterity saving roll for you.
Okay, well, we know how good he does at that, so... hey, that's actually not bad.
That's actually not bad. All right.
Yeah, that's probably good enough.
So as you move through, as you are rocketing through this tube, taking you wherever it's supposed to take you, you can't help but pray in a silent moment there, and your prayers seem to be answered, or you find your strength. However it happens, you're clutching at whatever little bit you can, and you manage to hold on to this platform as it continues to convey you through the enormous tube. And as you do so, as you are held there, by your own grip, with the speed, with the wind just hitting you like a sack of, I don't know, what would I say here? A sack of force, like one of those force pellets that just hits you. You know what I'm talking about? The beads of force, like a whole sack of those exploding right in your face. Like it's just constant. It's a nonstop assault, and you just you finally as soon as there's some kind of a bait in the moment, a little bit of solace in there, a little haven of, okay, it's starting to slow down. You feel the deceleration. It's only there for a second, but you swear that roar that you had let out at the start of your journey, while it was your voice to start with, you swear there was a point where it was Kenakon, and you somehow managed to stay wrapped and strapped.
Even Kenakon was like, what the hell is that?
Yes. All right.
In all my travels, I never had to go through such hell.
Yeah, Darks is like bearded ones are insane. They're completely nuts. The one that they drink all the time. They lost their mind.
Almost right. They're nothing but a bunch of damn degenerates.
Absolutely insane people.
Adrenaline junkies, the whole lot.
All right, Narath.
The bag's safe. Let's get it.
Narath points to Silas.
Hey, of course. Oh, yeah. I always gotta have my way. I'm a grumpy old asshole.
He's just
I was
older,
staying
Jason.
protect. Maybe he wants to ride a roller coaster.
Because Narath plans to do something stupid before he leaves.
Of course he does. Duh.
I love the duh.
Yeah.
Is Silas going?
These three
But
crow.
did Silas
able to
say
respond?
anything?
Are you
That's the question.
ready to enter, Narath?
But a moment
man.
more, my friend. You take
Yeah,
us around.
don't fall for it, please. He's such
I
a
have,
shithead.
I've never been comfortable with rapid movements, especially at my
Yeah, because Dark's totally was.
It's all right, Narath. Sometimes calming light helps. And I will reach out and cast light on a random piece of wood.
Norath nods and says, "Thank you, my friend. Nonetheless, I'd like to catch my breath."
Of course.
Nonetheless, I would like to be drowned out by the sound of Foundry.
Sometimes it's comforting to have a friend around. I'll stay with you until you're ready.
Oh my god, go!
Yeah, Silas.
I love him. I love him.
Norath says now,
What a chat, I know. What
if
a
you wish
chat.
to wait for me to speak with the dwarf, you can just sit so. And then he, for the Tomot.
You don't know his name yet?
Whatever. He walks up to the dwarf that he hopes to never see again. And he says, "I want to be out of here probably as much as you want me out, so I'll keep it brief. There was another Draconian, not a friend of ours, who died in your caves. I need to know what will happen to his soul now that he is mingling with your ancestors."
The dwarf spits onto the ground and, without looking up at you, but still looking in your general direction, says, "He's an inquisitor. He'll rot where he belongs."
Fair enough. And then he heads towards the tube.
All right, well,
Dude,
if
what the hell is this?
Huh?
Sorry, what the hell is this orc gonna do when the? What the hell is this dwarf gonna do when this orc wakes up? Yeah, how are you gonna tell them that where we?
Yeah, you can't even talk.
He'll see her coming to and just start pushing her down and hope she
And then he's like, "I
understands
hope
the
you understand
instructions.
when I say, hold on to this."
just hope she makes it.
Yeah.
He doesn't even tell her.
Yeah, whatever.
Silas can point that out. He's intelligent. Norath will get him. Silas doesn't point it out, then I'm gonna have to come back and murder this dwarf. So
Well, as
How
you,
is the orc looking when you're done with him?
yeah. So, Narath, you're descending down now, I presume.
yeah, he's gonna go in.
Okay. The light continues to shine upon this pedestal. You reckon this must be what everybody else saw. This, stone or perhaps partially metal pillar with a gleaming reflective surface upon it. And, of course, the pillar ends in holding up this large, but not large enough for a draconian, platform. Recalling the instructions from the dwarf, you reckon you must lay upon it and operate the switches on the sides of that pillar, one of which is visible from your current angle.
Alright, I follow the instructions to get my hands in the right positions and all that and get moving.
Alright. Alrighty. Now I am going to need a sleight of hand check for you as well, since you are so oversized. See how well you can wrangle that.
All right,
Alright.
is not there.
Narath is not Darix, and as the switches click and the metal grinds against the stone, you feel the rush of air, but not before you can quickly grab hold of the platform and keep yourself atop it. Not a comfortable ride, but certainly a blazingly fast one, as you, too, vanish in the inside the tube. All right, so Silas, you were taking a look at the orc. Apparently, had been identified in the last session as Genra. Or was it Genra? I think it was Genra pronounced, right? Ro would probably remember. What do you think, Bailithol?
I thought it was Genra.
It was Genra? Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
second guessed myself three times. So, all right. So,
Well, that'll do it.
Genra will. Genra is laying there in kind of the heap that Narath left her in. The breaths are shallow, but the sleep into exhaustion seems to have done her in. For her to have slept for so, not that it was such a long time since you've made it in, it's probably been only 5 minutes or so, but for her to continuously sleep despite that implies that perhaps she has not rested in quite some time.
Got it. Just because I was slightly distracted by pizza drama, was there any discussion about her in the last 5 minutes?
Just that Narath was talking before, a while back, about asked the dwarf if, how she would be brought through, and the dwarf said that if she's not conscious, she can't operate the machinery, and that he would enforce her, and kind of flashed his longsword, or his sword of an unidentified length.
Okay, I'm gonna kneel down and I'm gonna try to cast Spare the Dying on her to see if that helps her awaken.
There doesn't appear to be any effect, as she is in good health, just very exhausted.
Okay, fair enough. You will treat her well, yes?
The dwarf turns away from the wall that he had been staring into while resting one hand upon the pipe, and he says, "Hold on, it's not back yet." Then there is a telltale click and almost like the hiss of an animal, but clearly coming from the machinery, before, perhaps to your surprise, Silas, the mechanism opposite you on the other side of the room starts to whirl into action. Emerges forth a dwarf, the complexion of which you actually recognize from the tavern, though he's much more haggard and his breathing is much more heavy, his beard swept by great force.
What in the world?
He sort of crawls up out of the hatch in an exhausted manner, and he becomes almost sick as he coughs. You think maybe for a moment he might vomit forth whatever the contents of his stomach, but nothing comes out of it, and instead he sort of catches himself before attempting to rise.
Are you all right, man?
Aye, laddie, I'm... It just takes a toll, you know.
I'm gonna help him to his feet.
You're successful in doing so, and he seems to be thankful. At least that's the expression you catch on his face as he attempts to sort of come to on that. He's still trying to knock himself back into a more aware state, shall we say.
What happened up there?
Oh, the tavern is, well, we'll recover. Looks like the Inquisitors didn't much like losing one of their own.
Is anyone dead? Did they survive?
I can't say. I was sent away before the battle, but coming back I feared the worst. I think all will be well once the moon rises.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Aye, sir. I'm here for him. And he gestures weakly towards Ludman, who also slumbers on the chair.
I'm going to reach out and clasp his shoulder tightly, and as I do, there will be a dimmed light that kind of sinks into his body as I cast Cure Wounds.
Hmm. All right, for 4 points of healing. Much appreciated as the vitality seems to return to this dwarf. He looks upon you with awe and he says, "Well, I thank you. I did not expect to be hailed by such a tall one." And he looks kind of like past you almost, a little, as if a little, what would you say, like almost cheekily. And he says, "You hear that, Tommut? I just got healed by the human. You could learn a thing or two about hospitality."
You all have been good to us, and you also helped cover for us when we needed a moment of hiding. For that, I am deeply grateful. This is the least I can do.
Right, well, I do appreciate it, and call it a debt repaid. Now, I'll be off to get my man.
I choose to trust you, dwarf. And now I shall be off to rejoin my companions. Please look after the orc.
With a rather glum "will do," he stands next to the aperture. Might want to watch the hawk. Don't think it'll last.
I will, giving him a nod, I will snap my fingers and he will see the hawk dissipate into nothing.
Hell yeah. Except I have to unlink it first.
This will be cool once I do all the clicking.
That's right. Okay. He just sort of gives you like a nod as if this is something he's seen before, and he says, "On you go then."
I accept whatever fate awaits me in this tube.
In this tube. Well, you're pretty lithe, and even though you're tall for a dwarf, you're able to make things work pretty much just fine. But, you know, your vestments, your cloak, your garb, it's all going to start to ruffle and blow in the wind as things start to snap together. And just like that, it's time for a scene change.
We did it, boys. We had a scene transition.
I know, isn't that impressive?
Holy
Dude,
cow.
Many hours to go.
We're still not making it to the
This is what happens when we
But I mean,
start
we're at
on
least not letting
time.
it outside the caves, because holy cow.
Holy cave.
We're
Holy
definitely
cave.
making it to the manor.
Or have at least another Inquisitor fight. That's gonna take the rest of the session.
You think?
It depends on where these pipes put us, I guess.
No, you'll put us right in front of the Inquisitor, and we're gonna have to
That's
have
right.
a fight.
The
against
drow
a
lady
level
will be
5
like,
wizard.
"You!"
I like how I'm slightly crooked.
in my portrait?
You are. You were all the way
Your
upside
brain
down.
is slightly crooked.
I only. God.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice.
That your brain's not crooked? That's pretty impossible.
Your brain's broken.
That's not even what I said. Dude, he's really crooked.
He's crooked, all right. Okay, so you guys are currently rocketing through. You know, like one by one, you end up traveling through this this area, and you know, you swear as like light rockets up towards your eyes, Blink, that you swear that you it's exactly like the same room that you descended into. But before you have a chance to react, the sudden jerk of the machinery stopping short, it doesn't quite threaten to dislodge you, but it certainly makes all of that force catch up to you. Give me a con save, homie.
I don't know. A plastic con? How could you do that? That's less than mid.
Hey, that's 3 squared.
That is 3 threes.
Well, as you as you enjoy the fact that you were rolled a 9, which is 3 threes, you can also enjoy that you are feeling incredibly nauseous. Not to the point where you're going to throw up, but you know, pretty close. You need to stop moving. You need to cease all movement.
Is there like a, he doesn't want to like sit on the ground, is there like a ledge he can sit on or like lean against?
Well, there's the aperture above that seems to open up above you, letting light in, and the faint sound of footfalls
Get me in there.
as you're going to attempt to climb it.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I want
Slowly, as to not upset my stomach.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so you'll slowly climb up there, and in doing so, the first sort of group of movement that you see is, first of all, your surroundings are all like wood. There's like some kind of wood paneled room that you're in. It's fairly well lit. There's a lot of foot traffic, a lot of movement. Assassin's worst nightmare, people looking everywhere, and no immediate area that you might be able to stealth into. So somebody is going to see you emerge, basically, especially since you're trying to move so slowly.
Oh yeah, I forgot I'm in blink mode. As I climb, can I like turn into Nick? I'll go back to Nick.
Well, we can say that you did that before descending, or before even
Alright,
seeing
yeah,
the
yeah.
dwarf, if you wanted to. I don't know how you wanted to do that. I forgot to ask you.
No, I guess it would have been like,
As you were getting in the first time, maybe?
yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, that makes more sense because he has no idea where he's gonna be spit out.
Right. Okay. So, there's a bunch of onlookers that seem to take notice as you climb up with your human visage equipped, and as soon as you clear the aperture, it seems to spin shut, and you hear a very faint, like clicking sound, and maybe this like whoosh of a gust of air, and as that occurs, the people around you seem to come into focus. It's humans, it's dwarves. You swear you might have even seen an elf or two, but they're all wearing rather like low-grade garb. These are not like the upper echelon of society. They're also not necessarily the dredges, but they're probably commoners, people with laboring jobs and such. And they seem to be mostly going about their business with a sort of like everyday kind of attitude. They're definitely curious as you come out looking as you do. And especially, one of the dwarves kind of steps over to you in a bit of a like hurry, and also maybe more outwardly nervous than he would like to, as he says, "Laddie, how the hell did you get in there?" It's an older looking dwarf.
Yeah. So as I'm like seeing the people, do I recognize like any specific building from around where I am?
This is a room you've definitely never been in.
Okay. Oh, I'm in a building. Okay. That makes more sense.
Yes, you're inside like a wood paneled structure.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
there's
I
a
thought
lot of
there was like a.
footfalls and like distant sounds and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
So
I,
this,
th- I thought there was like a big window, like a large window space or whatever. All right. He's
there are no
he's gonna,
windows in
like-
this building. That's another thing.
Yeah, yeah. He's gonna try to like dust himself off almost, and he's gonna say, "I was just coming from the caverns, like what I would imagine most people do."
The dwarf looks seriously concerned, and before he can really say anything, out arrive the sort of there's like that same gush, this like whoosh of air, the same faint click, and the dwarf's eyes widen, and he says, "There's more of you."
Precisely 5. Hey, I bet this one's a robot.
Before he has time to respond, the aperture spins open, and Ashtorium, you have indeed arrived, with no upset stomach symptoms, considering you are indeed a robot. Your ride was the easiest of them all.
Hell yeah.
You decide to clamber out to see what the source of all this sound and light is.
Yes. I'll clamber out.
All right. Well, the aperture spins out open to reveal indeed the one and only Ashtorium.
Look at that. I say that's worth a bronze piece.
Ashtorium waves.
The the dwarf's like face becomes a little bit full of consternation for a moment as he looks towards you, Nick, and he says, "If you haven't noticed, we are in a bronze piece. Now, if you're telling me there's 5 of you, are any of them dwarves?"
Well, first off, now it's 4 more. And, no, but a dwarf did lead us into the place that we came from.
Oh, bloody hell. At least I know that much. So there are still dwarves where you come from.
Yes, we came from a tavern that, well, was attacked, and Ludman, if you know the name, was the one who led us to the caverns, and then we had a whole lot of fun in the caverns, if you'd call it that. And then there was this other dwarf that, well, he was gruff, and he did not want us in the caverns for much longer, so he sent us on our way.
Another whoosh, another click. Ro, this experience has been an absolute disaster for your stomach. Constitution saving throw, please, as you have barely clutched on and remained intact.
Okay.
Blink's gonna take his chances, and he's gonna nudge the dwarf. He's gonna say, "Hey, a copper piece says this one's a draconin."
All right, Ro, it's not easy to calm your stomach, but you think maybe you should be good enough to start slowly dismounting this platform, and, well, then there's that spinning aperture that opens wide to reveal much unneeded light to add to the picture. As if, a stomachache wasn't bad enough, your head might be hurting. But you reckon you could clamber up?
Okay, so Ro will try to clamber up to get out of the room, because he's going to assume that somebody else is probably going to be coming immediately after him.
As you do so, there's an audible series of gasps, and at least 2 objects fall to the ground in a clatter, thankfully not broken. They gaze upon this red-furred, demon-blooded creature as Ro himself emerges from the aperture. And the dwarf before Nick and Ashtorium just is gobsmacked. He's... What the hell is that thing?
Oh, it's a no. Hi, Ro.
Oh, hello. And Ro waves and gives a smile to the dwarf. And he's like, I am Ro. Were you surprised to see me?
Roll an intimidation check for the smile.
No, Ro, no surprises here. And he'll nudge the dwarf again. I was just betting it was going to be one of the Draconin.
Nerath wanted me to go first for some reason.
I'm sure it had something to do with his orc.
Probably.
The orc's not coming, by the way. Don't worry.
At this point, the dwarf is a little too stunned to speak, but there is indeed another whoosh and another click. Darix, your roar, also Kennecon's roar, it's not enough to quiet the pain in your stomach. Please roll a Constitution saving throw for me, homie.
Okay.
Nika's gonna say, this one's definitely a Draconin.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
he has a 66% chance of being right.
Exactly. That's
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
up
no.
speaking of
Oh.
sixes.
Dark's
man.
gonna be vomiting everywhere.
That sounds like our poor Tarek.
Yes.
Our poor, sweet, great man.
While
All that river water.
the whoosh is one thing, but the retching, that certainly doesn't sound right. Oh, it's because whoever is down there, it sounds like they are having a absolute bum of a time. Darix, whatever you last ate is coming back up for seconds as you end up staining a part of the chamber that, well, it doesn't help you in this moment, but you do see that there are stains from other passengers.
Well, you know.
Drunken dwarves, probably.
When in Rome.
That's one hell of a hangover cure, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like you never drank to begin with.
So I assume I climb out.
Yes, you can do that. You ready to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Darks climbs out. Wretches. With like everywhere. Beats his chest. Smacks the ground. And it's like absolute insane bearded ones. They've lost their minds. Those drunken, degenerate fools. What are they doing? What madhouse insanities have they constructed? He turns and he sees the dwarf looking. He's like,
And the dwarf is immediately like, shush, be quiet now, great one. You are too loud. You will disrupt the performance.
Nick is gonna look from Darix and his puke-covered armor, I'm sure, to the dwarf, and he's gonna say, and to think, this one is actually the nice one. And then he's gonna say, wait, did you say something about a performance?
Darks like kisses the ground. It's like, thank you, Starfall. Thank you.
He leaves a vomit lipstick mark because there's some on his face he didn't notice.
Yeah,
Is that
poor
just a
man.
face print of his maw? Okay, so the dwarf is about to answer Nick's question when there is yet another whoosh and a click. And it's Narath's turn for a Constitution saving throw, but he gets advantage.
Wow, that's with advantage.
You rolled
You
the
got
same thing
double
twice.
nines.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
that's
two
a million
nines with a
threes.
+3. That is the maximum amount of threes you could actually get.
That is true, because you can't triple it, man. Well,
So,
Narath, despite it being a very long time since you can remember eating anything, your stomach is quite mishappy, and your overall, like your bones feel achy and weak, but it's what you can surmise to be a momentary discomfort as you emerge, as you are make ready to emerge from the aperture, which has spun open, pouring light and the sounds of conversation from some familiar voices and some unfamiliar ones.
Arath emerges with a slight smile that quickly disappears. He gets up. He beholds Darax on the ground, covered in vomit. And he says, Are you alright, young blood?
Darks just gives him a scowl. Darks is just so thankful to be out of caves and dark places and crawling and just all of that and dead things. He's just so happy to be on the surface where he can see the sky.
Narath then looks to the dwarf and to Blink, and he says, well, he looks to Blink. He looks at the dwarf and he looks to Blink and says, "Is everything all right?"
Were you addressing the dwarf with that, or Blink?
No, Blink. He looked at the dwarf, then he looked to Blink, and then he said to Blink, "Is everything all right?"
Blinks, who is Nick, is going to nod and he's going to say, "Yes, Narath, much better without the orc. I was just asking our dwarf friend here what performance is happening."
Narath looks to the dwarf expectantly.
The dead king's trials are being performed.
Do I know what that means?
You don't know what
Yeah.
that means.
It's
Do I
like
know what that means?
You don't know.
the
what
dwarf
that
says it as if anyone of us is gonna know what that means,
means.
and I don't think
He
they do.
realizes that nobody seems to know what it means by studying your faces, and he says,
There's a play. You've traveled to the Platinius stage. This is a place where many a playwright will ply their trade, hoping that their work will be put on display.
Is this a dwarven play?
We are only good for help.
he says this with some, like, vigor.
I see, he says. Well, I take it we are no longer in the... What was the name of the original district?
Dalamask.
We are no longer in the Dalamas district.
Oh no. No, lads, you've found yourself to the place where humans always dare to go.
And he looks towards Nick for it, as he says that. But there is indeed another whoosh and a click. Silas, it's your turn. You want to enjoy that pizza? I need a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, shit.
Is there a would I know the name of the district he is referencing?
You surmise he must be referencing the Sazarin district.
Vomit up
That's-
pineapple
that's
and
a
black
10.
olive.
If you move incredibly slowly, Silas, you reckon you could avoid retching. And you were quite fond of the last bit of rations you enjoyed, so you'd rather not let them go to waste.
I have a feeling this trip is not incredibly slow.
Yeah, I'm saying right now, if you move, you're done. You've arrived. I'm saying if you await, if you're very careful with your movements, you can avoid being very sick. So you just have to be slow and steady.
Yeah, but he's also gonna smell Darix's vomit.
Yes.
That's very fresh.
I
Might even
quickly
touch
cast
some of it on the way out.
Spare the Dying
Roll a
on myself.
dexterity check.
Spare the dying on my stomach. All right. Well,
Pulse life.
are you? The aperture turns open and the ride has clearly come to a stop. Is this the time when you dismount and make your way to clamber up? See what all the fuss is about? I got him right when he was taking a bite.
No, sorry, say it again.
I was saying you've arrived at the destination, it seems. The ride has come to a full and complete stop. The aperture spins open above you, pouring in light and sounds of many voices. You even think you might have heard Blink's voice as Nick in a funny turn of events.
Is there a map right now, or are we just on the theater of mind?
This is Theater of Mind right now. You're in a
Okay.
room that it like when you look out through the aperture, you'll see nothing but like a wood paneled room that seems well lit. No windows immediately visible.
I imagine with as his head pops up, or slowly
Yeah.
and carefully, as to not throw up, everyone will hear Nick excitedly say, "Ah, so we are in the Sazarin district. You must show me the exit, good sir."
He doesn't seem very pleased about this, but the dwarf begrudgingly sighs and says, "You've disrupted too much. We must get you out of here." Then he sort of begrudgingly beckons to all of you and moves towards the opposite side of the room entirely. Where there is a set of stairs that seem to take you up a floor.
Nick will follow.
Do I see my party members?
Yeah, everybody's right in
Yeah,
front
we
of you.
should all be standing around it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you see Derek's is covered in vomit.
What's wrong, Derek's?
He can't even respond.
Just more retching.
Just more.
Alexander. He's gone. He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted because my grandma came in the room. He just looks up and he eyes him. He's not in the mood for stupid questions. So,
It's kind of fitting that Darks is the only one to vomit.
I will also
it-
cast Spare the Dying on Derek's.
Your
Darks
stomach
wonders
doesn't-
what that is for. Yeah, he's not dead or dying. He's just,
He's just sick.
Yes, I
I like- No, don't say that. I like the idea that it's that when he casts Spare the Dying, it's just like a slight warmth and comfort to whoever he's touching. Like,
Yeah, no.
it's just like it's like a magical version of a hug, And
Yeah.
with less chance of getting vomit on you.
Because we're all secretly dying inside. That's the reason.
That is what we call aging.
True.
Sparing the dying reverses the aging process by 1 second, and it takes 1 second to cast.
It takes 6 seconds to cast because it's an action.
Oh, so it takes it back by 6 seconds.
And so you break even every time you cast it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pleasurable to feel yourself being slightly younger.
I like that. That works.
All
Do we
right,
see
so
the
we're
sun?
being ushered away into probably the no room.
If that were true, he would just be 6 seconds back into his retching, so I don't know if that would be very good.
No, that's perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
just keep doing that again and again.
Are all of you now moving towards following the dwarf, following Nick, following whoever's in the lead of you?
Yeah, Ro will probably follow Nick.
Darks, you'll have to get up off the ground.
Darks he's up off the ground and he's sick of this shit.
No,
Yeah.
you don't say.
He's definitely sick of your shit. But he's just sick of
Wait,
shit.
Wasn't there
Don't we need to wait for the orc?
What do you say?
don't we need to wait for the orc?
No, the orc's not coming.
That's right.
The orc has to wake up and then be told.
And
how
then
to
we'll be
operate
sent.
it.
But then how will the orc know how to get to us? That
Nobody
doesn't make
has said
sense.
anything about that. So as far as you know, she'll.
I just said if she dies.
Yeah, what I mean is, if she winds up in this basement full of helping hands for a stage play,
And she can't speak common.
yeah.
I have a feeling we'll be seeing her again. Just in a stockade somewhere.
Excuse me.
Or
Like
maybe
Ro
with a
didn't think
harvest
about this
player.
until now.
Hmm.
And he's now going to be like, I don't know. And then he's just going to go along with things because he doesn't know how to fix
He
it.
doesn't know how to
The
fix
only,
it.
the only reason Narath just didn't kill her, just because not to have a problem, is because she has the mark of Savras. It is clearly fighting evil, so he cannot let his internal hatred of the greenskin
Overcome the
overcome
yeah.
duty.
There you go. So as you all journey up the stairs after the or towards the stairs anyway, the dwarf will say, "The master is up there, and he will not take kindly to my presence. I don't imagine he'd take kindly to yours either, but just don't be fools." And he sort of points up there as if to say, to finish the journey up the stairs.
Nick will do so.
Ro will walk behind Nick.
Is it really necessary to go up to your master's room? Can't we just leave?
That is the exit.
Okay.
Narath's like, oh, okay.
You
I don't know
guys
why
have
the
had
master's
multiple
room named it
dwarves
a
be
one.
very, absolutely not pleased with your shit today. It's pretty good.
I don't think anyone is pleased to be around the dwarves. We didn't want to be around them to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah,
The fucking Inquisition forced us to be with them.
that's right. Well, it's a different atmosphere coming into this area for sure. This one is a very, this is a well-lit hallway with regal-looking carpentry and impressive, exterior walls and ornate-looking doors. A man with a billowing red cape, and he stands with his back turned towards you, and he's ordering like mad, but in like an awkwardly mid-pitched tone, as if to say that he's trying to not be particularly noisy with it, as he says,
The Janissaries need their food now. They have been waiting for 5 minutes. Fetch it and be quick with it. And you,
gesturing to another man in the distance,
where is the wine? Upstairs needs more wine.
the humans seem to be very placidly going about their business, attempting to carry out the man's orders.
I love it. We walked into a restaurant.
Narath tries to be stealthy as he approaches the man. He
Where's,
is not
where's
successful.
the lamb sauce?
Where's the lamb sauce?
How the hell are you stealthing in a
Amber,
bright
why are you
open room? Where's the brain cells?
Especially as a 7-foot tall Draconin.
Quick, take him hostage.
All right, Narath, don't do that. So we're gonna say you get about here with a roll of fucking 7 before he immediately spins around and notices you.
What the blazes? Do not be loud.
Okay, quick question. I'm. Are we inside a building
Yep.
or like outside?
No, you've been
Oh,
inside a
okay.
building this whole time.
Okay.
You
okay.
came
I
up.
thought
You just
so.
came up to another floor from a lower floor.
Okay, so we are in the manor itself.
No,
or...
we're in.
We're in a theater, I
Yep.
think.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see.
According to
Something
the
like
dwarf, you were in a theater. The place seems very well constructed for a theater. This is a very upper class place, from what you can surmise. Like, for everybody, everything that Darek sees here will be indicative of materials usually reserved for things like,
Oh my god, are we in the manor?
Mm.
Does
Wait,
the manor have
no,
a
we're
theater
not.
in it?
No, I'm purely metagame conspiracing because he said I've definitely never been in that room, which would imply that just the way that's
There
set,
are rooms that
there's rooms that I have been in, which maybe we are in the manor.
Oh, the man saying, "Don't be loud." Narath, uh, uh, smiles very broadly as if he did not hear him, and trying to look as creepy as possible, extends a hand as he stands at his full height, trying to intimidate the man.
Oh my god.
Why are you like this?
We must intimidate everyone we see.
Can I give him disadvantage?
Why are you like this? I don't get it.
The man takes a step back from you, but he's rather than be like cowardly and afraid, he simply sort of pulls his cloak back with his hands, revealing many pouches strapped to his person, all of them clinking and sloshing as he falls 5 feet back. And he looks to you and he says, "Do not aim to stare down the man who controls the purse strings. You will find yourself hanging from the nearest gallows."
Darks is standing right behind him, I assume.
No, we're in a level.
No,
so
you're not. You're
all the
far
way back.
away. You need to move
Oh,
forward.
okay. I keep forgetting to move because I'm.
Smile
Regarded?
still plastered on his face. Narath responds in a modestly quiet tone. So he said, "Don't stare down the man in the purse strings." He says, "Of course, if you would be so kind as to direct me to an exit, I will gladly get out of your hair."
Come with me. And the man turns round. It's worth noting Nick has never seen this man before, or Blink has never seen this man before. And as you all approach, there's a sudden crack of thunder muffled from the other room, as if as if it's one of those things where it sounds almost like magic is being cast. And then there's a loud draw of breath from many people, a gasp of sorts. The servants will open up a door, revealing a large atrium. Don't block the other servant, please. And they will disappear, closing it behind them as the money man moves forward. Darks, you forgot to move.
Arax lags behind. He is kidnapped by.
He fell asleep.
He's waiting. behind the
No,
curtain.
no, I'm just. It's grandma.
Oh yeah, all good.
Yeah. I now have like a really giant reload application and logout thing on my screen. I don't know how to get rid of it. Oh, apparently escape does it. Never mind. I didn't want to reload my old. Yeah. Okay. I should be good now, fellas. I'm sorry.
All good.
It's all good.
The man
Oh, no.
gestures out towards the yonder door, the small one, and says, "Make your exit quietly. Do not attract attention."
Chicken woman.
Do I notice Arame before I step out the door?
No, you can't see that far.
Oh, but my character can't see it. That's how I see her.
You have cataracts.
You can't see that far.
Yeah, you're old.
You have cataracts.
All right, fine. I was gonna just say how much for a ticket.
Oh, we go through this
Did I
big door
warn
here?
Oh, well, Arame is there. Chicken woman. So
Ah,
now we have to break our oath and do all this shit, and we're gonna get hung.
Speak for yourself, Shambler.
Yes, absolutely. Speak for yourself. I think
You can talk to the other 3 party members that are huddling around Arame.
well, I don't know what we're doing.
Well, Silas
we
is trying to
spot
leave
Arame?
immediately, so.
yeah.
What did Narath canonically hear of the pool conversation? Nothing, right? So I don't even know Arame's the chicken woman.
Correct.
Okay.
You weren't there.
So
Yeah, you have no
seeing
idea who this is.
half of the party head towards the dwarf woman, Narath gives a questioning look to Ro.
There's another loud crack and bang and then the sound of steel being drawn as two performers dance in the distance. Oh wait, here.
Dude, she can't even see this from how far away she is.
Nah, I just forgot to
Oh.
turn some lights on. There you go.
Yeah. Dude, there's some characters in this fucking place.
Yeah, and this is only the first floor.
My favorite's the bearded dude. He looks like that one actor who played Count Dooku.
He does indeed.
Well, Silas has something to respond to from Dark. That's pretty good.
My blood and scale. That sounds like a Red Draconin battle cry.
Yeah,
Silas,
you may get a chance to play your Red Draconin sooner than later.
Be careful what you wish for.
Silas
No, do
will.
I have some voices in mind for him?
Oh god.
He'll whisper back to you. Hone your patience, Derricks. Save it only if it is warranted.
As if it's-
I didn't even threaten him.
Dark.
I walked up and smiled creepily and extended a hand in handshake. I
Then
can't.
roll
We
the
don't know
intimidation
what
check.
you're doing, dude. You've done it enough time. like we're not stupid. Darks mutters under his breath. He may get us all killed if he keeps it up.
Does Aramay say anything as I approach? Sorry.
Arame's visage is fixed upon the performance. She doesn't even seem to notice you all as you approach, you big lumbering oafs.
Nick is gonna sit down and he's gonna tap on her shoulder and he's gonna say, "Chicken lady." Because he never learned her name.
I think you did learn her name because
Yeah, I probably did.
Ludman was talking about how pretty she was or whatever and tried to like slick his
right,
hair
okay,
back,
yeah,
right?
I do remember
Yeah,
that.
So it is Aramay. All right, not chicken lady.
It's still Chicken Lady. That's
think
funny.
No,
you
it
should
is-
say Chicken Lady.
Chicken
I
Lady.
think
Yeah,
it's in Blink's character.
yeah.
That is
Shut-
very in
just
character.
shut it up, man. Just call her Chicken Lady.
All right.
That's right, chicken lady. Okay, so as you you sit down next to her and attempt to you attempt your best to sort of what are you doing when you say this? What's your expression like? What's your face like? You got to describe that.
I didn't really think I'd get this far. I don't really know. He's probably just like, yeah, he's probably just kind of intrigued of why Aramay Chicken Lady
Curious.
is at a play that doesn't involve chickens.
Are you the Chicken Lady?
Well,
Are
she
you my
looks
chicken
towards
lady?
you with a very whimsical and like a furrowed brow, a look that reads confusion more than anything, and she says, "I'm sorry, sir. Have we met?"
I'll oh shit,
I saw you in that pool.
dude, this is a G check. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you see,
He's gonna
we went to
say
this tavern, and then I was haunted by chickens.
he's gonna clear his throat, maybe awkwardly, and he's gonna point at Ashtorium. He's gonna say, "Well, you have to recognize him."
Ashtorium waves.
She looks towards Ashtorium, and her brow kind of furrows, and she says, "Oh yes, I do remember him, and that tall silver one."
Narath raises an eyebrow and says, "Do you?"
Oh, because he wasn't Nick at the time, was he?
Yeah,
Exactly.
That does make sense.
Nick's gonna nod and he's gonna say, "Yes, I'm the one that the chickens wanted to talk to the most. I simply look a little different."
She cocks her head to one side. Then, with a sort of like flick of her wrist, she pulls her hand up and removes a leather glove, revealing a hand as white and porcelain as her complexion it would be otherwise. And when she snaps her fingers, there's a sudden but quiet, reserved.
Oh my god! There's a chicken!
Oh no.
Dude, I was so.
Chicken.
I
And then
was
at
mi-
her.
Nick is going to be so happy, and he's gonna laugh at the fact that a chicken just spawned next to him. He's gonna say, "Yes, the chicken. See, we helped a chicken dog druid that was actually a spirit. So I kind of lost a chicken. So could I keep this one?"
You want to keep
Raph
my
looks very
chicken?
quizzical at Blink.
Buddy, you can
Like
keep an
what?
orc. I can keep a chicken.
Also, how loudly was he laughing?
I know. One of the humans from down yonder in the mid seats like turns around. The woman turns around with a scowl
Oh yeah, it would
and
definitely be
stares
noticeable. Yeah,
towards the group.
dude, there's a fucking chicken. Hey, what did she say in response?
She said, "You want to keep my chicken?"
If you don't mind. Even Astorium likes chickens. Don't you, Astorium?
He looks at you quizzically.
Gelter says, "No."
Norat
Yep.
says,
Gelter is not
"You do
Astorium.
not
Ignore
have
them.
time for chicken."
The
But we had time for
daylight
an
from
orc.
outside indicates that perhaps it's not even noon yet, which means you might have time for chicken.
See, do I have to persuasion check this chick to take a chicken?
She doesn't seem particularly pleased with the idea. But as you plead with her for the rights and access to and custody of one of her chickens, she kind of looks at you and she says, "What did you do with the other cage?"
It got lost while we were helping the chicken dog druid spirit. You understand? It was a hectic time in the cavern. Even Slinter became a bird in my head.
That is right.
Well, I do hope the best for old Slinter. Sometimes, let's just say things can get stranger than you would like. Now, if you are so accustomed to having avian companions, you won't mind if I think on this for a while. Those enchanted cages are, well, they don't come cheap or easy. If I am to entrust
Yes.
you with a second one, I need some guarantee that it won't go missing.
Blink is nodding and, hoping that she says yes eventually. We'll say, yes, you can take all the time you need. And if you need help paying for an enchanted cage, let me know.
And where will I find you as the day grows colder?
The Da Sazarin Manor.
Her eyes go a little bit wide, and she raises a brow, and she says, My. I'll need some sort of missive to get past the guards.
I don't remember what that word means.
Like a letter or some kind of communication. Basically
He wants
saying,
your
like,
phone
Yeah.
yeah, she wants her phone. Basically, she's saying something that will allow her entry. So you'll
Would
need
I
like
know of a way to be to like? Could I give her like a feasibly? Could I give her a letter of me and Ashtorium's little call sign thing we did, and that then they would
That
lead
sounds like a
her.
good way. That sounds like a good way to get her assassinated if you're supposed to be top secret people and she walks around
No, because
with a call sign.
no, because they might just when she goes to the people, they might just think that she's one of our party members, and they'll let her in.
what you could do is you could give her like a letter that simply says this individual or agent is like was instrumental in a recent operation.
Damn straight she was.
With the sign of the two of you. So
All right, I'll do that.
quickly scrawl out a note or something. You might need to
Yeah.
ask Silas for some ink, dude.
I
it-
have
would
a
it-
pen and ink.
Oh,
I provide it happily.
Hell yeah.
the rat's helpful.
Always helpful. He's just
Nick-
never appreciated.
Nick, being surprised, will quickly snatch up the pen and ink and paper, theoretically, and saying thank you, and then will quickly write out the note saying that she will be allowed in to reach them.
There you go.
And handing it to her, will say, "Just show this to a guard out front. They'll take you the right place. I can't promise it will be as nice as the rest of the manor, though." And with that, he will get up to leave, and he will try and pet the chicken as he does.
Wrath will take Blink Saint and say, I have my own questions about the chicken.
Oh
I
my
will-
god!
As the chicken disappears, so too do most of your party members, Narath. Not all of your party members, Narath.
Hell yeah.
Quick, bar the door.
I've never had. It's never this easy to clear a room.
Bar the door, you say.
Where is Narelle?
Oh,
Well,
So, turning to her, Narath says, these creatures you are bound with, they are your familiars? Or something else?
her gaze returns to the play on display as steel and swords continue to clash in a drawn-out duel to the death, you suppose. As the half-smith, her face is a bit softened, like almost as if she's a bit, perhaps a bit sad about something. And she says, "To what end do you ask such questions?"
As one of the creatures served as a conduit for something very dark and very powerful. I do not know how aware you are of that fact.
Unfortunately, the agents of the Black Nexus are all around us these days.
But Norath wouldn't know anything about that.
Norath scowls. I thought I was the only one.
I believe they all think that.
Then for your sake, and the dead in those crypts, I hope you know what must be done to fend them off.
Fire.
It will not be long before he makes a move on this place.
I fear you may be right. But there are preparations being made, and with luck, it won't just be me and my small army of feathered friends to fend off the Great Lich.
I hope so as well. I doubt we will meet again. I do not intend to stay here long if I can avoid it. I'm sure you understand why.
Can you repeat that?
I said, what did I say? Fuck. Um, I think I said something like, "I wish you luck." I doubt I'll see you. I doubt I'll see you again.
Hmm.
I'm sure you know why. You understand why.
She looks up at you for the first time since you've sat down, Narath, and says, "Well, fortune favors the bold. I wish you Godspeed."
Wrath gets up and he goes to rejoin the party.
You hear a very quiet as you leave.
Do I have a general idea of where we are?
Oh, indeed, sir.
Oh shit!
Eh?
There is no token in this scene which gives you visibility.
Yeah, I'm the only one loser.
Same base.
Fuck.
That
I'm
is-
actually the only one here.
Now
is-
you know
Oh,
what
is it
it's
suddenly
like.
blind? You can't see anything.
You're all stuck in the place
This is only
with
darkness.
Chicken Woman.
Nah, don't worry, I got you.
Yo.
Oh, Narath, don't be on light.
Narath.
Why am I blue?
You got casted light by
That was
Silas
the-
earlier.
That is the biggest light I've ever seen. It was like a 5-mile radius light.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah,
big.
it's like that one that went in the sky. Oh my god, finally. Finally. Sazarin Square. Keep it fucking moving.
I assume the
Can't
manners
just say it like that.
It's probably
I
that
like
blue
how it's
filter.
like sideways, but really emphasized.
Slightly diagonal, yeah. It gives you a nice little view of the little maze that they got going on. A little hedge maze.
How long of a walk are we to the Sazarin Square?
Well, the structure stands
Or to the
tall in
manor
the
itself?
skyline, and you see both. You can see faintly from where you are both manors, as well as the great cathedral where much work and many meetings are done. You see, a measure of wealth is sometimes in the utility that a family may have. Da Sazarin has guest manors where others only have guest rooms.
Owned.
Oh my god.
But
Get
yes,
rich
the
losers.
walk distance would probably be no more than 15 minutes to the gate and 5 minutes to the the North Manor, which is where we'll say that you reside. You and Ashtorium end up spending time.
Well, Blink, almost barely containing his excitement, is basically going to start sprinting through the streets towards the gate. He's not. He's basically just going to say, "Finally, we're almost there," and he's just going to start running.
This is a perfect time. Pause the game to go to the bathroom.
Yo.
Owned. Time to find snacks.
Yeah, there's a market square. There's a whole bunch of residential areas. There's
Oh, no, I
another
mean
big
IRL.
cathedral, and there's of course the centerpiece. But we'll get back to that in a moment. I gotta.
Be our food. Guys, we made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Almost.
completely insane. Yeah, and we literally just have to walk over now.
Surely they'll let us in.
Well, they said they would.
Well, the good thing is the Inquisitors can't really get us over here, right? That's my understanding.
That makes sense.
Which is kind of the most important part, I think. Although, you know, the rest of the party doesn't know that we might have been murdered if we hadn't reached the manor. But we don't know that. We just know that we're running away from the Inquisitors.
Back from the dead.
God, that orc is going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, fuck
I
you.
doubt it.
Not to us, just to someone.
Yeah, so not a problem. I can't wait until, more Silver Draconin come to gank us.
More blue Draconian and green suits show up.
And I need to explain to you why I'm a father.
Oh, a more undead Draconian are going to show up. Ah, I see.
They all think they're the only one. Soon I'm going to be in prison, and then I don't know. It's time to actually get serious and stop memeing with Narath.
Oh, I'm glad.
This is me in rush mode. Just get things moving.
I'd hate to see you in slow mode.
Oh, that was basically the whole manor was slow mode.
I was only pretending to be retarded.
Yeah.
No. That was genuine.
You'll be delighted to know I
Retardation is the
remembered to
best part.
unmute myself on OBS.
Besides, see how quickly we got out? We've been like everyone's talking to him and being nice when it could just be, hey, I'm a nuisance. And then the nuisance offers to kick itself out.
Yeah, you guys could have extended your stay in quite a few places. Got quite a few questions answered. But this pace
so.
is fine too.
Time we get to the title
We needed to get to the manor, okay?
Yeah, after the last manor, I'm kind of surprised you're so gung-ho about getting to another one.
Oh yeah, once we get in the manor, we're not leaving. There's so much shit that's gonna
Another 10 more
come out in
sessions.
that manor.
I
Like,
honestly
guys-
don't think
Alexander
it'll,
needs to
I don't think it'll be
feud.
super long. Because like a lot of the original manor was just us like running around everywhere, combating everything.
Yeah.
I
There's
don't
like 20
there's just no world where like we're gonna be in like you'd have to convince Blink to just like and Ashtorium as well to just turn on everyone. I just don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, there could be at least
I don't
one
think we're gonna
combat, which would
combat.
be party combat.
Well,
yeah.
that'll be over quickly.
Yeah.
Well, it does seem like the manor is indeed within your grasp, nonetheless. So there is that to
Everyone
think
here?
about.
Alexander, Three Crow, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we're here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're all running towards the manor.
Is that the destination y'all have in mind after everything you've been through?
Ashtorium is
Yeah,
following
everybody should know
Well,
the
Blink is
mindset
sprinting,
Darks is
so
in.
good luck keeping up.
Ashtorium's
Well,
faster.
I mean, we were told that this is the
There's
safe
no
house.
ash storms.
I think it makes sense for all of us to want to go there, just to ensure that it is actually a safe house.
Narath
If-
did mutter darkly to Alexander in text.
You mean
Blink is
Dark.
definitely faster than Ashtorium. I want
Darks,
that to be
yes.
known.
Did Narath make it out of the mended door?
What?
Yeah. Three-Crow tried to mend it to lock it. It was pretty good.
It was locked, then it burst open with the power of my spam click.
That was just because I finally opened it. It was funny.
I also just don't think it was ever mended.
Yeah. I liked the idea, though. Well, bar the door was out of character, so it definitely
Yeah,
wasn't mended. But still.
Yeah.
Oh, he just noticed a
been.
very slight scuff on the work there, and he just
Yeah.
sorted it out.
Magical mending is probably like a common service that some of these like low-level casters provide, since it just lets you like fix superficial damage.
Dude, there's legit so much free money in D&D.
Yeah.
Magical handyman.
So
You either got to make magic really, really fucking rare in people for it to make sense to be in a medieval
oh yeah,
society,
yeah, absolutely.
or make it like, oh yeah, we're in the magical industrial revolution.
Yep.
So, you guys are now. You've watched Blink and Ashtorium speed off. Ashtorium does move faster than Blink, so that's funny.
What?
He has 40 walk.
Yeah, but I have my class features,
What does that mean?
so I have 60.
From
I
what?
just dash.
Well, what if he dashes?
No.
Yeah, if he dashes and he's
Then,
going.
I roll acrobatics and I win.
The rest of the party leisurely strolls.
Aw.
Fuck.
No, I. That's why I stopped talking because
He wins
No.
by his increased dex.
I did not want to touch
Bonus.
it.
Because they rolled the same.
Yeah, they did. They rolled the same result roll, or the die roll.
Alright,
It was
it's,
2.
it's a tie. It's
Yeah.
a tie.
All right. Well, that relay race is going on. The rest of the party is the rest of the party casually strolling, as obviously Narath has muttered in Dracodan to Darex that he prays the paymasters of Blink are not as reckless as he is.
I'm sure they are.
Ro
Then
is
we're
tired, so he's not going to run.
A good call. A good call.
Narath will say to Silas, it is probably best that you take the lead here. This is a primarily human district, if I am not mistaken.
A quick glance towards the whole crowds that you do see, the people walking and milling about, would definitely confirm that. You haven't seen a non-human since you've exited the basement of the Platinius stage. Oh, and also, Darex, the out exterior of the room will, the house, the building you were just in, it will 100% look like a cathedral, stripped of some of its more symbolic elements, but constructed nonetheless in such a fashion. But hold your idea of a response to that for whatever Silas is about to say.
Silas will pull up his hood since he does not have a means of masking his appearance.
Okay.
If anyone asks, I suggest we all say that we are his hired muscle.
I mean, for me, it's probably not too far from the truth.
Did Ro ever tell
He's
everybody
paying you?
that what he was
Or
doing
after
before the party came together? Did
I
Ro
don't think
ever-
that's actually come up because we've never had a point where we're
Yeah.
actually like just conversing about ourselves.
Right.
As I said, there's gonna be so much shit at that manor. We're gonna We've had more reveals about your history and the sins of your father than we've had an
Mhm.
actual conversation of how we fucking came into this situation.
Yep.
That's literally for all of us.
Yep. So I don't know if Darix has much of a reaction to realizing that there's, like stage plays and such being conducted at theaters for gilded entertainment, instead of like in the bowels of a church or a cathedral. But that's that may or may
no.
not.
Yeah, I thought you meant there was another building. But,
No, it's the structure
yeah,
you just exited. It used to be a cathedral. You can tell just plain as day looking at it. There's some iconography and architecture that clearly indicates so. Although it's whatever god it's to, it's not one you recognize.
Yes, well, whatever god it is, I'm sure they're upset about their place of worship being turned into a place of entertainment. So,
Well, that depends on the god, I guess. But
yeah, I suppose.
Maybe it is the god of worship and entertainment.
Yeah, doubt. Also, also, you have to remember Tadarix. He's basically a Platonist, so all gods are transcendentally good, except ones which, like, very obviously exist in opposition to the Starfather. So they're like fallen celestials, and gods here is used not in like big uppercase G, it's lowercase g. So they're basically like very powerful. Think like Valar or Maiar from like Lord of the Rings. So they're like very powerful entities.
They're high angels. They're archangels.
They're high angels. They're archangels. They're arch celestials. So yeah.
I'm just learning so much about lore from every source.
Yeah, yes,
I'm learning
so much.
Christianity. I'm learning
Lord of the Rings.
You're learning what? You're learning what? I'm sorry.
Whole lesson on theology.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that's what makes Dark so weirdo. But no one knows this about Dark shit because just like Rose said, we haven't had a time to actually sit down and talk about anything.
Yep.
So, I think a couple of you may have heard him say something about the Starfather under his breath, and that's it. And none of you.
Stramus or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, Stramus is like that's very common.
It's more general.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like heaven, so that like everybody's like, oh, Stramus. But,
Can
You
I
probably assume me and him worship the same gods because Narath is yelling about Astramus in battle and the drakes and all this stuff. So
Can
yeah,
I ask?
It's just,
Three Crow.
Uh-oh.
Do you
Yes.
think mending would clean the vomit from Darix's vestments and armor?
How about the blood too? All the stained blood is probably
Yeah.
like still like pink from blood.
If by clean you mean permanently adhere, then
That is the new default state of the armor.
spare
Yeah,
the dying
that's-
to get rid of the
it's like that. That vomit was forged in fire into your armor.
Yeah, alright. Never mind my idea. Well, Blake and Ashtorian will arrive towards the guards first, that's for sure, as Silas takes the lead for the rest of the troop. So, the guards there that are standing there at the northeastern gate are sort of like they've raised an eyebrow. They seem to recognize Ashtorium. How often was Nick used as an option for them? Is that like the default appearance? Or
Yeah,
does he
it was.
change
It
all the
wasn't. I don't
time?
know if it's. I don't know if it's default, but it wasn't created for this mission, so they've probably seen it like. I guess if it's if the guard rotation is consistent, I
Yeah.
think every one of them probably would have seen them at least once or twice.
Okay. These guards seem to belong to the city, as opposed to Sazarin directly. So they're less familiar with you lot. But they've seen Ashtorium around anyway. He's a bit easier to remember, even if you're just in the surrounding area, right? So they look towards you, and you've put some distance between you and the rest of the group. You're probably a couple minutes ahead of them arriving, and they say, "You belong here?"
Nick will look to Ashtorm and say, "Yes, we belong here. We live here."
You'll know it's pretty common for identification to be provided, presented to guards. Yours can simply be, emblems of the assassin order if you wanted, or if you wanted to be more nice about it, you could show emblems of Da Sazarin. Depends on how chilling you want to be towards these people.
Which one would be quicker to grab?
Well, you were just depicting the Da Sazarin assassin order thing, so like the assassins.
Yes,
Logo,
so it
so
would be
probably
the
that one.
assassin.
The glyph
Yeah.
there
All
for
right.
that.
So let's he'll pull that out and flash it, and he'll say, "I'm assuming you know what this means."
The guards will pale as they catch sight of that and stand a little straighter as they move to operate the gate. Yes. Are there any more coming?
Expect 4. 2 Draconans, 1 white, 1 silver, 1 gnoll, big and red, and then 1 human. They all travel together. The human wears robes. Do me a favor. Give the silver one a tough time, but let him in at the end.
We'll run it.
Ashtorm will grin.
They,
a robot smile.
yeah, of course. The guards seem puzzled by this request, but they dare not challenge you, and they say, "Understood," and pull open the gates for you, allowing you to walk in.
Like we'll walk in.
Yeah. All right, so here's what I'll try to do. I don't even know if this is possible. Oh, it is possible.
I knew it. I knew you were gonna make us uber small.
Oh, they're little babies.
Oh,
Oh my God, we go.
you got to move with your mouse, bro.
I can't.
You can hold shift.
Oh no, you can't shrink us. That's not allowed.
I'm a tiny boy.
I cannot hold shift.
You click drag, and then while holding
Oh, for
shift.
some reason I was. Never mind. I can. There, it was a little stupid.
I'm off center.
You're welcome. I don't make the rules.
Oh, yeah. That's beautiful. I can walk on the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh,
Yeah.
Ro, you cheater. You're supposed to go on the road.
I
do you
moved
mean?
him there, so.
The road.
Fuck up, you absolute.
The row goes on the road? Ah.
Yeah.
So Nick, and I'm assuming Ashtorm will follow, but if he doesn't, it's okay. Nick will actually stay behind and wait for the others.
Ashtorm will wait with you because why wouldn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you're excited to go home.
Ashtorium.
Torium, you can show some character development. Leave your master.
I don't know if that would be character development.
All right, so the 4 of you all walk up to the guards, who seem a bit more on edge than, from a distance. You did see some kind of interaction between Blink, Ashtorium, and the guards, and maybe they were always on edge, but they seem to be looking you over with expectation. Silas, you are leading the way right now.
Okay. I try to look confident.
They look you over and say, "Business with Da Sazarin?"
I joined my companion, who I believe goes by many names.
They look all of you over one by one, but their eyes seem to linger on Narath. Eventually, one of them says, gestures, like sort of draws his blade and gestures, not threateningly, but to make a point to the other three of you, and says, "You lot in there," as the gates swing open. "But you," and he points the blade, not menacingly close. He's still pretty far from Narath, but points it in Narath's direction. "We need to talk to you."
Is there anything funny
Norath's
going on here?
eyes narrow.
Are you asking that in character, 3?
Fuck to me.
Yeah. It's like, obviously, Silas would be like, why are they letting us in but not him?
But no, yeah.
I mean, you'll probably see. He's not necessarily hiding. If you step towards the gates, you'll probably see Nick and Astorium on the other side of the gate.
Nick is probably snickering.
No comment.
Well, Nick, do you beckon Silas forward? Is the question.
As the gate opens, he'll he's not gonna like call him forward, but he'll give him like a
A
I
wave,
don't know
a
what it
beckoning
was.
wave. Or something.
Yeah, like a welcoming look,
Yeah.
like a,
Okay.
I guess I'm looking is there any world in which Silas would figure out there is a meme going on?
I don't know if that's the case. Like,
No, if anything, this seems like a betrayal.
this seems like less. This seems like the guards need to talk to Narath specifically for some reason, and they don't seem particularly pleased about it. I mean, one of them brandished the blade, right? So
I feel like Ro would probably come to the conclusion that this has something to do with the talking chicken and the weirdness with Narath.
I
So it
totally
seems
should have
the
told them
only
to
thing
ask him about the chicken, just to freak him the fuck out.
Norath will say to Darax, if they do not let me through, in Draconic, he'll say this. If they do not let me through, this is an ambush to steal the egg by the assassin on behalf of his masters. Prepare accordingly.
Imagine.
Darks looks very quizzical at this. How do you know this?
You don't even have the egg.
yeah, Dark says the
You've only
Yeah,
just
Dark-
met the man, and he works on
Yeah.
behalf of the
How does he know I have it?
What do you mean? He saw us get the egg.
Yeah, so why would I stop you?
Yeah,
What?
Because it's part of breaking up the party so that we're easier to ambush further in.
So wouldn't I
From
stop
our
everyone?
POV,
So
we
wouldn't I
may be
stop
actually-
everyone except Dark?
We secured a powerful
yeah.
Artifact.
He would stop
and
me.
now we are walking into the
Yeah,
No,
that
even less than
doesn't make
stopping
sense.
Darks.
Yeah.
Even less than
As a
stopping
conclusion.
Darks, I would stop everyone but Darks, and then Darks would be on my domain with only himself.
Yeah, no. Darks will kind
you
of
don't have
not
to
his
believe
head
me,
slightly.
but it's not
Yeah.
an unreasonable suspicion because this is weird as fuck.
a blade has been drawn. It makes sense Narath would be on edge. So
Yeah,
sure.
no, that's
Yeah.
fine. I just
Yeah,
No, I get that.
Thinking of it as a betrayal, but specifically that he's going after the dragon egg doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah,
It does make
Darks
sense
will.
because
Dark.
we
If
don't
he
know
simply-
what-
More likely, I would conclude that he hates Narath.
Yeah.
Darks will just
Bit meta.
tell him that do not worry. I will. Nothing will come to the egg.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's
Is Silas moving through? And if so, is Dark's following? That would be the question.
yeah. He's gonna go in. He wants to get clean. He wants to be not just
Yeah. The guards are turning
He
their
is-
nose up as you at you as you walk
Dark's
through.
just ignoring them. He's like, I understand. He's trusting Blink that
Mhm.
this is legitimately a safe house.
Yeah.
And while he walks in, while he's walking in, like he's looking around, like he really needs like to be outside
As
and to
Silas
pray and
and
commune.
as Silas and Darix approach, he'll he'll kind of whisper, so it's not too loud. It won't be a whisper, but
Oh.
it just won't be like a yell. What the hell is that?
Don't worry about it.
Oh.
And he'll say, "All right, bets on how far this goes with Narath. They will let him in the end."
Well, did Silas actually approach? We were asking.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
go
I'm
Everyone
walking
go
in,
through.
Okay.
Okay, bro, go.
and upon hearing this, Silas will grin slightly at you, Blink, and then he will turn towards the guard at the gate and cast a message.
Oh no.
Well,
Ro's
Ro,
gonna
are
go
you
walk in,
Yeah,
and but as he walks away, he's going to wave to the guards and say, "Have fun playing with Narath." And then walk in.
Yeah.
I'll wait for the message before I do what Narat's about to do.
Mm-hmm.
The guard will hear the whisper in their ear. Whatever your suspicions are, they are true.
Oh no! Oh no! Alright. So as this is happening,
Narath, you will see one of the guard's eyes widen very uncontrollably,
yeah.
seemingly
So
due to nothing.
Narath goes from his hunched over old man shtick to instantly standing at his full 7 feet. He draws his sword, keeping it lowered as he steps towards the guard who told
Not
them
too
that they
far,
need to
not
speak
too
with
far.
him. And then he leans in close and he says, "The information I have is more valuable to your masters than the lives of you or your families. Step aside, pup."
Oh my god.
He's gonna
intimidate
Will he finally succeed in intimidation check?
He's gonna
I
intimidate
get an
them.
advantage. Advantage.
Let's go.
Let's see what
Natural
your roll
3.
is.
Like they've just been told that everything is true,
That one.
and then this guy just whispers.
Let's see what your roll
die.
is. I'll decide based on your roll. Yeah, you didn't need it,
Oh my
dude.
God.
You look at that.
Shit.
He finally succeeded. He did it,
He did do it.
This is already.
dude. This is great. I've ruined these guys' lives.
The men begin to quiver before you, Narath, as their machismo begins to fade, their moxie not holding up to the impressive display of intimidation that you have put forth. What was once the sight of a waning man, an aged, doddering fool, has transformed into some agent of death and retribution more than they could ever imagine. And they immediately, where they stand, drop their weapons and shout, "The Black Nexus is here! The Black Nexus is here!" and begin running in separate directions.
Oh fuck. They know who he is.
Does Narath start approaching as they run away? I'm sure. Because if so, he will see Nick stomping around as if trying to look like a big dinosaur, and then as Narath approaches, he will say, "I should have known no city guards could handle the might of you."
Narath will say. "Now that we've made our entrance, let us see your masters. No doubt the panic those two will cause will reach their ears before we do."
Well, as you all peer around, you're gonna see that there's a few guardsmen milling about with a more darker regalia about them, something that separates them from the city guards that you've seen in this district and in the Dalamask district. Blink and Ashtorium will recognize them as members of the da Sazarin Guard, many of them serving as members of the da Sazarin family. Yet still getting valuable combat experience and sort of like a pseudo military service that they're entering into, albeit one that doesn't often result in too much bloodshed. While they're making rounds or standing watch on posts and on balconies and in other such spots, there's a wide diaspora of trees and groves that seem to stand almost as tall as the very impressive manor before you all. In the distance, the trickling of what must be some kind of fountain is heard, and there's quite a few chirping sounds of birds and the like from who seem to have settled in the trees.
Am I allowed, like, would it be common for me to be changeling inside the walls?
I was thinking that it would certainly be unsettling whether I would think that your, like, I don't know that they would necessarily broadcast that they have a changeling, so you might have been forbidden to do that.
All right.
Yeah,
so-
I think probably maybe inside one of the buildings in certain rooms or something, but outside probably not.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring as well.
Yeah.
Just making sure. All right.
Yeah, I think you're forbade from doing that.
Yeah. All right. Blink is going to start making his way to. I don't know if him and Ashtorian would have a separate entrance. Probably not. But if they do, he'll make his way to that.
Yeah, you guys can enter into the same area. So,
A separate but equal entrance.
Yes.
oh shit. I just realized that any new token I drag to this area will be very, very big.
Hmm.
Big token.
Don't worry, I got it.
We went from small token to big token.
All right. So, if we take a moment here, just stand by. All right, so you and so Blake and Ashtarm are moving in there. Is the rest of the party just sort of taking in the sights, the vistas, or are they also moving with Blink and Ashtorian?
Darks is gonna follow Blink and ask him where he can,
I think
Right.
Ro is also gonna follow.
where he can first clean himself up,
Right.
Yeah,
that would make
second.
sense.
and then where he can go underneath the stars to pray.
Well, there is a very large grove that Blink may immediately think of, like a veil almost, beyond some of the trees on the other side of the mansion.
Yeah, so Blink's going to say, well, you can clean yourself up in the rooms surrounding ours. It may not be quite like a manor you're used to, but it's roomy enough. And then he will think of that grove. Is it near the area of where he would where he used to train or whatever in the nature parts of life?
Yeah, so you'll notice these withered trees over here.
Yeah.
So my thinking is those would be trees that you had withering, wandering kind of thing,
Yeah.
There's a couple of them
And
dotted about in a few places, but
Yeah.
So the veil is going to be off to the other opposite side over here. If he's looking for something that's very much surrounded by nature and far enough from any blockages that would obscure the night sky, right?
All right. Yeah. So Blink's gonna tell Darks that he can clean himself up inside, and then he'll say, "And the southwest side of this manor, right here, will likely find you a vale surrounded by mostly, if not all, trees and other things. And in your travels, if you find any withered trees, it is, well, not normal, but it is expected."
Oh, we're in. oh, Where are we again? We're in
You're
the
still
room?
on the exterior of the manor. I was
Yeah, we're
asking
getting ready to
whether
go.
you'd be
With the
following Blink and Ashtorium or you'd be sightseeing beforehand.
No, I'll be following.
Same here.
Alrighty. So as you all end up approaching is it not a conventional entrance into the room, but rather one that seems to have been deliberately obscured. Yet Blink and Ashtorium move through the twisted woods that lead to it. The dirt path, the unassuming portion, a side panel of the manor, and it reveals not just what might be a pathway, but a human standing there, well masked and garbed, dressed for lithe movements, but still combat. This is a man that Blink will recognize, as will Ashtorium, as the handler, a man named Rink. He's going to be looking expectantly at you, Nick.
Not worrying about thieves' cant as they are within their own walls, he will say, "Well, hello, Rink."
The man hasn't revealed much of his visage, but he does reveal his voice to you all, and he says, "We've seen that your journey was quite a success. These are all the aids that you required."
Did he say required or acquired? I couldn't.
Required.
Well, if you ask me, maybe not required all of them, but we did acquire all of them. And they are all welcome within to help us.
He'll look over the whole party, seeing the slapdash nature of how this group had been assembled. You get the sense that he's thinking about just how these negotiations must have gone down. And he says, "Quite the disparate cohort you have achieved. We're going to need to debrief you all."
So it would seem. Is there... And he'll drop his voice maybe to more of a whisper. He'll say, "Is there any chance you knew anything of the elven lords turning into abominable creatures? I had to kill that woman 3 times over."
There won't seem to be any shock in the man's expression. He'll say, "That'll have to be discussed." But he seems rather cryptic about it. He is indeed not shocked about this revelation.
Of
Blake's gonna
course,
get mad.
Rink. Of course.
What did you say?
Yeah, to
Bill?
know. He said Blake's gonna get mad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Blink, maybe out of anger, maybe out of an intimidation tactic that probably won't matter to Rink, will kind of show the glossy, iridescent eyes. Will say, "Of course, Rink. Another mission where me and my faithful robot go in with less information than we deserve and come out with more dangerous stories to tell." And then with a sigh, he will say, "But what else is new? I'm sure it's not all to blame on you."
There's going to be a more perhaps a bit of a troubled look on the man's features, though he's hiding it well. And he says, "Best that we get you all looked at sooner rather than later. You have nowhere else to be, is that right?"
That would be correct.
Alrighty. Give me just one moment. Does anybody else seem to object to the man sort of like indicating a path in?
No. That's where Darks wants to go.
Alrighty.
Yep.
I sent Darks a warning.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But
Yeah.
otherwise, proceed forward.
Okay, in that case, stand by. Okay. So I am going to quickly get you all situated in yet another new scene. Can you guys believe it?
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
We haven't been stuck in scenes for like 6 hours.
For 6 sessions?
Yeah, for 6 sessions. Look what happens when everyone doesn't run in every different direction.
I know. I actually have to do work.
Testing that prep.
Yeah, the slowest thing we did was making 2 guards shit their pants.
No, that was Chicken Lady.
2 random schmucks screaming about the Black Nexus.
Yeah, that's pretty concerning.
Yeah.
Yeah, why do they even know what the Black Nexus is?
Yeah, I was gonna say, why does everyone know what the fuck the Black Nexus is?
Everyone but you guys.
Yeah, Ro doesn't know what the Black Nexus is, so he doesn't
were
register it.
trained-
He's like,
We were trained wrongly as on purpose.
Dude, with how much I've heard of the Black Nexus, it's making me think that I probably would have heard of it before these sessions, but I don't even know.
Well, you haven't. This is the first time you've heard of it because when Darax first. This is the second time Darax heard it out loud. And when he heard it,
Yeah, it was the Inquisitor.
it was
right?
in Draconic from the Inquisitor herself. So I'm surprised he didn't raise an eyebrow as well at the guards yelling it in common.
Yeah, that should have been a, like, what the fuck moment, but
Mhm.
that's okay.
Add it to the tally, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Desensitized young man.
Indeed. So we are gonna plop you guys in here real quick. And we're gonna say... Okay. Oh, it's a good thing I didn't switch you guys in yet because I have to fix Narath's light again. I think I know why that happens. I'll fix it for
Why
you.
am I cursed with light? I'm undead, not light dead.
Okay. So, let's make sure that's working properly. Okay. And... Okay. So, you all end up entering into what seems on paper a very like a well crafted room with an expensively woven floor. There's certainly an element, a touch of fine taste in some of the decorations, with a mahogany table being chief among them. But overall, it's safe to say that the room is not as grandiose as the chamber that you just exited from earlier. And Just like that, we are good to put you guys in here.
I wonder how long you said this map, man.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't you like to know? Rink latches the
I don't know.
and owned. Rink latches the door behind you all and steps forward. We can go one at a time. I believe that would be easier. And he steps around
Ro
you.
shudders as he looks at the crates in the room.
Placed upon the... Oh, I forgot to do this. Hold on. This is a very important task.
Okay.
Okay. Placing upon like a piece of parchment and a quill, producing them from his pocket and placing them upon the table. This is the table specifically will stick out to Blink and Ashtorium as something a bit on the newer side to this room, but otherwise it is indeed the same room that would be visited frequently by an armorer or a smith to repair broken equipment. There's plenty of room for spoils of war to be stored and examined, and any lost or damaged equipment to be eventually repaired and recovered. The general absence of ready weapons and the high amount of damaged ones points to many operations having been had seemingly all at once.
Other than the table, is there anything new in the room?
There's some crates that certainly stand out.
Blink is going to step to the table and he's going to say, turning into his changeling form, is going to say,
Make the sound play.
"Oh yeah, you're right."
It's very important.
Turning
Want
into
to
a changeling
traumatize all the other party members.
is going to say, through gritted teeth almost, he's going to say, "Brink, what the hell is in the crates?"
Without even looking up at you, he continues to scrawl something upon the very heading of the parchment and says, "Fear not. Paid them no mind. They've already been decontaminated." Then he looks up at you and says, "How did you enter the facility? The manor?"
I turned into a charming elf from the north and entered through a servant's entrance with Ashtorium.
Understood. We'll get to Ashtorium later. When did you first
Dismissed.
secure the allegiance of the rest of the party?
Well, I met Silas and Narath, and I'll point to each one of those. I met Silas and Narath at the tavern as Nick. I then left, and well, I had the idea that they would be on their way, but couldn't be sure until they showed up the first time.
The incomprehensible clicking and clacking will continue for the rest of the party. Yeah, got him.
Hmm.
So,
Damn it.
yeah. So, Rink will say, your entry into the isle. That is also worthy of note. He seems to cross something out and then continue scrawling as he says, describe any notable figures before you entered the manor.
Maybe the tavern owner. She would have seen a lot of the barmaid would have seen a lot of Nick. Other than that, Nick may have handed out some money, but I only saw him the one time.
Hmm.
I'm surprised he's just completely okay with Narath being like just in the middle of the room.
Well, he's busy writing. He's focused.
Very, very inconspicuous.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is he writing, I wonder?
He's writing. He's in.
He sure is.
He's writing just like there's reading, you know, like the
Parentheses reading, it's parentheses writing now.
Yeah.
Well,
Inconspicuous.
I don't think Rink is going to notice this. He's continuing to write.
Yeah, you'd have to be staring into my eyes. to
Yeah,
notice that.
I don't think any of the party members are going to do that. So,
It's just flavor.
yeah. Well, as you take a bold step forward, Rink will gesture towards you and say, "I will request your assistance in a moment."
Wrath makes it a point not to stare at the writing. Goes back to his spot. And then when it looks like he's no longer being focused upon, goes back to focusing.
Yeah. Well,
Inconspicuous.
that's very. So, Rink finishes scrawling down what he was writing, and he looks up to you and says, "So, none of the elves were worthy of note."
You know, one comes to think of it. But he never saw me. He just saw someone that was long dead. Well, he made the oath. Assuming he knows what that means, and will say, he's out there somewhere as one of the monstrous visages.
A turncoat. Rink presses for more information.
Not quite a turncoat. We convinced him to serve with us as long as he thought I was Lord Javai. Eventually the ruse fell. He took one of the red stones and disappeared.
The scrawling is more frantic now as Rink tries to collect all of this information down onto one page before having to turn it over and replace it with a new one. This one is less wrinkled from use, and so Narath is able to catch at least one more word. Rink says, "Understood. And Javai was dead." Looks up at you expectantly.
They were all dead. We murdered the fair lady a few times, as I mentioned. then Javai was the next one that fell. Well, Javai fell first, and we had to kill him a couple more times. Javoine was, well, the young one was very, how do you say, enthralled with other creatures. One's from the box. He was put to sleep, and we left him there, from what I can remember. We did leave him there, right?
Yep.
So probably killed by the Inquisition, or
I would have to
interrogated.
imagine, yeah.
Yeah, probably interrogated and then killed. But he wouldn't remember anything because he was asleep the whole time.
Yeah.
So, Rink seems to finish noting down these last few points, and he then looks up at you, his eyes piercing, and says, "Describe the creatures from the box."
Most of them just bloody, visceral amalgamations of flesh and sinew. Killable enough. Some others were more formed, and I think some even had magical properties. They all fell by one blade or another as he looks around. Or fist.
Or were burned.
Inconspicuous.
He can't say that in character because he doesn't understand the conversation.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't say it in character.
Yeah, I know.
Was that a Russian accent, comrade?
Yeah, you said a few things not in accent, though, so owned.
Yeah, usually it's like, oh well, I can't think of how to do the accent right now. There's a wind up.
It's just like that time in the AI D&D experience where Joe Rogan couldn't voice act as the goblin in time, so he had one line delivered as himself, and then he delivered the real line after. Right, Cam?
That's right.
I like keeping him on his toes.
So you keep him awake.
So Rink is sort of writing down what you describe, and he says, "I will require more information about these creatures. How large were they? Did any exceed the size of a normal human?"
There were a few. One that we opened through. Well, we opened all the big boxes through physical means. One, the second one we met slid through the floor and we never saw it again. And another one we met, well, we happened to make a deal with, if you can believe it.
Describe the nature of this deal.
We were all given an eye. We placed our hand on it. It gave us some sort of power, beholden to our natures, it would seem. And, well, I'm assuming we were all placed with some spirit that matched our own race or another. Except, well, Ashtorium got a dwarf. Yeah.
Oh, how little that narrows it down.
There are so many.
Rink is very aggressively, like very quickly writing, switching to another page, continuing his scrawling. As he does this, he says, continuing to click on in Thieves' Cant, "And what of this spirit of yours? Another changeling?"
Yes. And then he'll kind of put up his finger almost in a second, and he'll check on Splinter mentally to see if he's still awake or asleep or breathing or whatever.
The
He's not
breathing
really.
ghost?
Yeah, he's not really trying to call him. He's just trying to,
Yeah, he's
Is he there?
yeah,
Is he
he is still there. There is still a presence there.
And then he'll take his hand back and he'll come back and he'll say, he's still there, but he had some issues. He seemed to be forgetting who he was for a moment. I'm sure you saw the big green pillar in the sky. That seemed to lessen our connection with them for a while.
Yes, we'll get to the green pillar in a moment. Describe your relationship with the Inquisition.
We met them on the way out of the Elvish Manor as Javai and the rest of the party. We didn't take kindly, but we think we threw them off the scent a little bit. Not long enough, though, as we had Blue Draconin, basically break down our door. It is, to my understanding, that the tavern we had hidden is no longer safe from the Inquisition.
The same tavern I stopped you outside of.
Yes, that's the one, the dwarvish one.
How did you escape the manor without succumbing to the very same destructive magics that ultimately brought it to ruin?
I believe it was the Inquisitors that did that. We were gone much before then.
All right, and with that, it seems Rink is satisfied with his.
There's no way Narath is still reading.
Oh yeah, is he not reading anymore?
Oh, fuck, I forgot to... I can't delete that.
Why?
Because it was in Draconic.
Ah,
No, it's supposed to be in Draconic, I see.
I can delete it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Looking annoyed, Rink casts his eyes upon Narath and says, "You will not be next in line if you continue this." Then he looks over towards Blink and says, "Did you not have any additional encounters with these unsightly creatures from the boxes?"
No, once we left, that was all there was. If I'm not misremembering, it's been so fucking long.
Yeah, no. We only encountered them inside the.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
when we went to leave, we saw the creature we made the deal with, but it was long gone before then. Something about eradicating elves or whatnot.
Well, I see that your compatriots are losing patience.
Blink, kind of leaning on the table, and maybe the clicks will become more agitated in nature or something. We'll say, yes, we have all been. Every one of us, except maybe Ashtorium, has been impatient once or twice in our journeys. The White Draconin. He, well, let me put it this way. My companions here will tell you nothing different than I did. Nothing of substance. I would ask that the White Draconin be allowed to clean up. Because he is... Well, look at him. He is exhausted and he is not very
Covered in
clean.
blood and vomit.
Yeah.
He threw up on himself. You can probably smell it.
He smells like Jason.
He will do worse for morale and impatience than he will actually answering questions of importance to you.
Perfect.
Accompany him outside.
Oh, I didn't even need it, but I got it anyway.
Well,
Norak
he
can't
says it
understand
slightly
the
less
difference he
upset.
can.
Accompany him outside.
All right. So Blink will step away, and so Silas is the one next to him. Okay, he'll step away, and as he approaches, he's going to sign something to Astorium,
Hmm.
and he's going to say, in Thieves' Camp, stay here. He's actively trying to hide this from Rink, but I don't know if Rink is necessarily watching him. He's going to say, stay here. Try and keep track of what he asks the others. And then, without awaiting a response, because he trusts Astorium, he will say, Darks, I have negotiated that you do not need to wait here and stay like this, so let's go get you cleaned up somewhere else.
Darks is ecstatic. It's very relieved. He doesn't feel like being interrogated anyway, because one, he knows he's a terrible liar, and so it's like best for everybody.
Dude, what if you stepped up to the table and Rink was just like, so, Darks, tell me about your eggs. And you just went ape shit.
Kill him! No! You can't have my eggs.
All right. Well, you two exit the building for now. Which
Exit.
and
You can't say that.
Exit. Exit. Stage left.
so Rink looks up and sees that Silas is seemingly up next and motions to him. Whoa, not that close, buddy. That's a table.
Oh, dude, I thought that was a rug this whole time.
Why would nobody would put fire on top of a rug? That's crazy.
He had a clipboard.
There's a rug underneath the table.
there has been less crazy things that have happened than
That's
fire
true.
on a rug.
That is, yeah.
Narath
Especially
put
from-
fire on a rug.
Yeah, especially from Blink's people.
I encountered a brazier where literally anything disappeared. There were no surprises left.
This is true. Yeah, everyone's just thinking this manor is going to be as cursed as the last one.
It seemed pretty
This
fucking.
guy knows a lot about the undead, apparently.
It seems
And he
pretty.
knows
You
Draconic.
don't know that.
You are undead.
I do know he knows Draconic.
God.
Because he
Nice.
caught me calling him a retard.
He looked annoyed, which could have just been because you were yelling loudly.
Yes.
Yeah,
I was saying,
yeah.
I was saying you don't know that he knows a lot about the undead.
That's good.
Well, is there a role I can make to determine whether or not
No.
that was a look of annoyance at me?
You
or just a-
could always roll insight if you don't believe somebody or you want more clarity on that. You don't know.
Perfectly moved.
Okay, well there you go.
So, Silas,
that muddies the water.
as you step forward, Rink files the existing papers that he's got and produces yet another piece of parchment from what seems to be an unending sack of them, and says, in common, he says, I was told that your name is Silas. I am Rink.
You have been told correctly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Rink.
Let us see if I can say the same. Is there a language that only you know?
Do I get any kind of weird vibe from that question?
You want to
Nah,
roll insight?
He's just trying to talk to you where no one else can hear you.
You just
Yeah.
watched him do a whole interview with in clicking sounds so that no one else understands.
Yeah.
I think you have the context already.
Yeah, with your very impeccable insight into his character, he's definitely asking you to see if there's any chance he can conduct this part of the interview, this debrief, without informing the rest of the party.
Which Blink already left, and he's the only other one who speaks Elven, right?
My robot?
Orion speaks Elven, but do you know that? We
Oh,
know
Astorium does.
the elves.
Yeah, I don't actually.
You've
know
never seen Astorium do that.
So, with this in mind, Silas will look to the man and he will say first in Auckland the word secret, and then after in Celestial the word conversation.
The first sound, a guttural, harsh one that almost sounds as if it was never really truly meant to be heard. The second sound, almost like a sing-song choir, graceful, a stark contrast. Perhaps to your surprise, Silas, Rink will respond in a similar chorus. As he returns he continues, or perhaps even begins, the interview, the debrief, speaking in Celestial. As he says...
Dude, this guy's fucking nuts.
As he says...
He's a polyglot. He speaks all the languages.
This language will do for now. Tell me, Silas, how did you acquire such august company?
I am but a humble servant of Savras. My purpose in this world is to police the use of epic magics and those who would do wrong with them. It came to my attention while investigating those elves that something foul was afoot. I was, by chance, brought into this company, and together we have faced many a demon and a foe.
By chance, you say. Describe to me in your words the creatures from the boxes. And he kind of shrugs a shoulder in the direction of the boxes to the south, as if to indicate what he means.
Foul aberrations and demons contained by wood and flesh. Terrifying things. Somewhat to myself, but mainly to the average man. I would not wish them upon anyone. And I fear that for them to have made it this far into the realm, there is indeed evil men afoot.
He almost turns up a lip as you say evil men. And then he seems to cross something out and write something else. While it's difficult to read it upside down, you get the sense that he has... You're able to decipher that he's crossed out the celestial word for human and replaced it with the celestial word for elf.
Yeah.
These evils that you speak of, there was a bargain between you, your company, and one of those aberrations, was there not?
In our ignorance, we made a temporary agreement. We were led to believe that by eliminating one of the elves, we would break a binding on one of the aberrations. It gave us a brief respite from our wounds, and in exchange we tracked down the elf that we were led to believe was an issue. However, once we had actually tracked down this elf, the aberration had, some way unknown to us, been set free and loosed itself.
An ignorant bargain. He almost seems surprised as he says these words. Though you catch that he may be feigning that surprise.
I must admit I felt the same way. I even consulted Savras himself. I begged for his strength. I did not believe in bending the knee to such a creature, but even he gave in that moment a bit of permission to accept the respite. I am pleased to say now that I have been rid of any influence, but it was disturbing nonetheless.
And in your travels throughout the Aurora Manor, did you encounter anything else disturbing?
Perhaps the most of note was that one of the elves who we believe was primarily responsible for the dark dealings appeared in mirrors, perhaps a parallel plane of sorts.
This seems to greatly interest Rink as he scrawls additional words about the mirrors upon his second piece of parchment now. Were you able to access this alternate plane, if that is indeed what it is?
We feared that we were unprepared to face such an entity. We instead chose to destroy the mirrors so that none would fall victim to their magics.
His features relax into that of perhaps disappointment as he writes the words that you say. After recording them, he looks up at you and says, "And that was all that you encountered that tested your faith."
I will procure the copy of the parchment where I had copied the broken incantation for the mirror, and I will offer it to him.
He will accept it and look it over. As he does so, his eyes noticeably widen, and he gives a nod before stashing the parchment on his person. Without asking, of course. And he says, "This is most welcome."
I hope you don't mind, but it is only my due diligence that I must ask of you. Guarantee do you have that this will be acted upon and brought to fruition?
Rather than immediately answering your question, he puts down the pen and the ink and lets it soak, steep in the bottle. As he looks you up and down, he says, "From where do you hail, Outlander?"
Gotcha. What's the name of my town again?
You could simply say the south overall. Like, that would be a fine way. So you come from the wastes, that kind of thing.
Okay. I originally studied with the Order of Savras in a town to the south. I traveled here as a means of, well, I suppose, proving myself and finding issues that were relevant to the Order.
So you must not know much about the Order de Sazarin. He rests his posture a bit more comfortably, and he says, "We see the evils done by many of the races that walk this world, and we are not pleased by them. While wickedness haunts men as well as elves and dwarves and the like, these other races seem more inclined
to pave humans over and turn them to ash. We will not stand for this treatment. We are lucky enough to have a human crown to which to pledge fealty. But even he is not above reproach. You get the sense that this sentence may be considered shocking in impolite company. He continues on briefly to say, I have heard that you have encountered one of the Inquisitors, a drow.
Indeed. It was a brief encounter, however. We were making our way to a safe place to stay for the night, and they questioned our intentions and our origins. We managed to make it past them, but some of their crew pursued us. It was under the good faith and protection of some recent allies that we managed to evade them.
We are displeased by the presence of such creatures in the ranks of His Majesty's Inquisition. We believe there may be some foul play afoot between them and the elves of the Dalamask district. That is why we sent our agents to investigate, and if need be, put the beasts down before they could stir up more trouble. And so that is why we are grateful to have stumbled upon another man of good will and heart.
Indeed. I have made it my business in life to make right what others have done wrong, especially in the case of magic such as these. If I can be of service, and perhaps if I can make the Order of Savras of service, then only let me know.
I can't believe Rink is talking about being a good person. Fuck you, Rink. All my homies hate Rink.
Hey, we're in the gray zone, of morality. He's doing all the evil shit for a good cause.
Rink continues scrawling in the parchment and seemingly satisfied with the debriefing, begins to file them together as well. Then, looking up at you, he says,
If it would please you, we will offer you a room to stay for the night. And perhaps, after a quick conversation with my superiors, a room to stay for as long as you like. We could use more men like you around here.
and you get the sense that he must be smiling beneath his mask as he stands tall and leans forward, offering an arm to clasp.
I will admit, I have been considering the importance of having a post, an office of sorts, from which I may partake in the interest of Savras. If it would interest these Da Sazarins for me to continue my work, then I would gladly do so. And I will reach out, but I will look to his eyes to see if anything is off.
So far as you can surmise, the man has been straightforward with you, though it does ring a little too good to be true, but perhaps that is just the cynicism that comes with hardship.
Fair enough.
He gives you a nod and says,
I would speak with your other comrades.
I will, still in Celestial, say, give the silver one a hard time.
I'm glad. I'm so glad. I'm also glad that nobody's like, give Derek's a hard time. I'm so glad because he'd probably have a meltdown.
his eyes are a bit.
This guy a very hard time.
His eyes are a bit quizzical as he looks at your face and almost studying it.
I wink.
You feel like you must see the corners of his mouth contort into a smirk, but the corners are all you can see. He turns to the rest of the group and he says, "Well, who's next?"
Narath responds in Draconic. The Knoll.
Well,
You're very lucky I just got back.
yeah, but he said that in Draconic,
you
so
said
Ro
it in
doesn't
Draconic, so yeah.
Yeah, it's a test.
know. Rink looks towards you, then towards Ashtorium, then towards Ro in the back, then back towards you, and says, "Was that your volunteering?"
As in, he didn't understand it.
He asked you if that was you volunteering. Yeah.
Narath shakes his head and in common says, No. The Knoll or the robot. I shall go lest. I have much more to say to you. Oh my god!
What's that mean?
Yeah.
What was
Message
that?
and gone.
As I walk away and I'm like facing away from Rink, I will cast message on you, Narath, and you'll just hear in your ear. He's a tough one. Give him everything you've got.
I love that
responds
Silas is shit stirring now.
Wait, I can't believe it's
Narath will respond with a mental thought. Be prepared for the sound of blades.
Dude, I can't believe it's Rink and Blink.
Eh?
What the fuck is wrong with this company?
Well, they didn't name him.
If we find out that everybody in the Sazarin rhymes with Blink,
it's
Deal.
Wink, Blink, Shink, Tink.
That would
No, they
be
need to alternate. It needs to be like Blink and Blink, and then Ashtorium needs to have his own difference.
Ashtorium and Forium.
Yeah.
Everybody's got
And then just at
a
the
rhyming
top of the
partner.
pyramid is just some guy named Bob.
I was gonna say
Find
3,
out
but yeah, that
later.
works. All right, so Rink will be looking towards Ashtorium and Ro, and then eventually he'll snap in Thieves' Cant, snapping his fingers as if to summon Ashtorium, and says, the Thieves' Cant clicking equivalent of, "It appears you are next, Ashtorium."
Unfortunately, Ashtorian's player just left.
Oh shit!
It
Oh,
appears you're
This
next.
is a perfect
Ro.
time to pan to me and Darks.
Well, he said he's got to go. Something came up, so I don't think he's here for a while.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back.
Oh, he did say if Ashtorium's turn to debrief, he will relay everything that happened as accurately as possible. So we'll
Yeah, that
have
makes sense.
we'll have a series of clicks and clacks as Rink inscribes additional Thieves' Cant. Let's go over here. Okay. And now I get to pull you, and I get to pull you. Hi. Blink and Darax have emerged.
He communicates via punching.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
I've emerged.
You two have emerged, and I'm assuming that Blink is going to lead him towards one of the fountains, the smaller ones nearby, to soil his fountain temporarily.
yeah.
Or a room with a wash basin or something.
Yeah, I mean, that was the idea.
Well, you could do that, but Rink's not done with you yet, so he hasn't given you the green light to enter, which
Okay, well,
Only-
fountain it is.
only Blink would know as like a thing that must be done, since you never enter before the. You know what I mean? You never.
So,
enter.
yeah. I'll go
Okay,
to
so Blink will say as they leave, He'll take a breath of fresh air, but it will not be through his nose, and he'll say, "It seems Rink is not done with us." So, and you'll notice that he is Nick again. The best I can do for you, Darix, is a fountain, but, and with a whisper, between you and me, this is mostly to avoid the any questions about the eggs.
Yes, Dark nods. I do not feel like being interrogated. Something about him bothers me. Is he a kinsman, Link and Blink? Is that some sort of
Blink and
changeling
Blink?
naming convention?
To my knowledge, he is simply has a bad name.
I Darks will chuckle at that. You say that he is not finished with us. Does that mean that no matter what, I will be questioned?
To that, I am not sure. Darix, was just made clear to me that he wants to question me, mostly.
Didn't he already question you?
Yes, it seems that he expects to have more questions with the after our friends are done.
Aren't these your family? Why is the hostility? Or at least unwarm welcome?
I must say well, Rink is the one I talk to the most, and that probably tells you more than is blatantly obvious. It is well, you can imagine the problem with admitting that you have a changeling in the family, especially one that is assassinating many.
Is that not your familiar duty? From what it has sounded like?
Oh, that is definitely what they employ me to do, but well,
He holds up a hand. I am confused. They are your family, but you are also an employee?
with a you'll probably notice that Blink kind of like hitches, and you'll notice that like you kind of caught him. You know, maybe you caught him in a unpleasant word, and he'll say, perhaps misspeaking. Sometimes it can certainly feel that way. As you may have heard in common earlier when we first met Rink, it is not the first time that we have been sent on a mission, me and Astorium, not given all the, well, the pertinent information regarding our safety. Since we're here, I'll just give you the quick rundown. I do not know my true changeling family. I was taken in and I've been training ever since. I do not think many of the public know of my existence, and my family, well, the De Sazarin family don't necessarily talk to me as much as Rink does.
I see. So he scratches his throat with a messy claw. Why can you not simply leave?
Well, that is a hard question. It is
What loving family sends one of their own into, well, the mess they sent you in with no idea of what you were really doing?
you ask the tough questions, don't you, Darks?
I do not understand the way things are done here. Nothing seems to make sense. There's so much disorder and disharmony. People seem so untrusting, and everyone lies. they tongue wag.
What the hell is a tongue wag?
that's
No, I know. I
yeah.
know where it comes from. It's just that's funny. Blink will chuckle at what you say and give you a sigh to start with, and will say, "Well, it is simply what I've known, I suppose. Truth be told, I believe the way Rink is currently treating me is it seems it is more so just part of the unease from this mission. I do truthfully believe that it is not his fault that I was kept in the dark. But to answer your question to the best of my ability, as far as family goes, Ashtorium is the one I talk to the most, and Rink, as you've met him, is the main man I talk to otherwise.
I see. So you do not actually have friends. Dark says, like not mockingly, like sincerely,
Yeah.
and sort of sadly.
That is one way to think of it, Darix.
He looks generally upset at this, like he pities, but and not in a condescending way, in a genuine, heartfelt way. He sighs and the gestures for you to lead him onward, and then he says, "Is it? Don't the people here think it is, dangerous to have turned a place of worship into, a place of entertainment? Aren't they worried that, well, actually, by all accounts here, perhaps Astramus is currently enacting its divine wrath upon them?"
Does Blake know of any heavy worship, like religious followers within the Sazarin family, or no?
So Blink would recognize that the place that they were in is in devotion to a god of wealth. And so the apparent despoiling of the place of worship actually seems exactly fitting. Albeit it's still a little bit odd. Maybe Blink wouldn't think of it as odd, but you might understand why Darix would.
Yeah. Blink will, as he starts walking towards the fountain, will, still conversing, will say, well, the place we were in is in worship to some god of wealth and riches. Truth be told, well, you may have gotten the sense that I do not know much about the religious feelings and followers within this realm.
Darks makes a scaly frown at that god of wealth.
It doesn't ring any bells for Darix. He definitely won't be able to.
He's now reconsidering the idea that all the gods are inherently good.
He would if this entity does exist, it's just a fallen celestial that has taken form of a god of wealth and has manipulated people into venerating it. For him, the very idea is ridiculous. Like, what do you mean a god of wealth? That's not something you pray to Astramus for. That's very bad. But he doesn't say anything more about that. Again, maybe on this continent, that would explain why one of the reasons why people are the way they are is because they worship fallen celestials and are being manipulated by them. And that's why their personalities and the ways, their love of money and how easily they deceive people. It would make sense. So if you worship a god of wealth, you're going to be a greedy bastard and act that way.
Yes. As you silently think about this, and as we continue our walk to the fountain, Blink is going to be mulling over, not that you would know, I suppose, he'll be mulling over the words of family and whatnot, and how you definitely caught him in a wording of employment that he has not really thought about too often, and will say, you know, employment and family. It was a weird way to say it, but I think it's more truthful than I have thought of it previously. They point me at someone to kill or assassinate for whatever benefit they see, and I do it, and it's, well, I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but I definitely deserve more recognition than whatever trap door I live in.
Well, well, I must confess, it is not something that I condone. That is being a murderer for hire. But if I was inclined towards such actions, and you were one of my brethren, I would find it most, well, unbecoming of me to not give you, due respect for your accomplishments. Certainly after what we have endured, they ought, well, give you some sort of accolade and thanks. I am certain that nothing you have murdered before comes anything close to what, well, we've had to put down. Or how many of them, certainly. Usually I do presume it's a one and done thing, but I have lost count of how many creatures we have put into the ground.
Yeah. As you speak, Blink will be nodding along, and he'll say, I mean, certainly, well, the last few days has been nothing short of crazy. I mean, it is not something I've thought of before, but if everything I've murdered in the past for them has been as evil as these creatures, and I don't mean the elves.
Dark will smile at that.
Has been as bad as these creatures. Well, it makes me think differently about it. It is not something that has come up before, but this is the one time I can look back on it and think that those were some truly vile people.
I ask you this. Is there any here who would lay down their lives for you? And, in turn, would you do the same for them?
Blink will think, and perhaps it'll be a silent few more minutes on the, maybe not minutes, but, silent minute or so on the way to the fountain, and we'll say, Ashtorium, of course, I've no doubt in him. But the closest I've come other from Ashtorium is perhaps you five.
Then, as much as it may seem strange and in some sense grieves me, although not for your sake, but more for, he scowls, Naraz, we are your family, a completely dysfunctional, some amoral, but at the very least we have stood by one another through whatever travails have accosted us, and we have made it out. Well, mostly in one piece. Are we going to the fountain in the middle of the square?
No, I'm just gonna have. There's like a nondescript small one on the either
Okay.
side of the entrance, the main entrance to the manor that you guys are moving toward.
At this, Blink will smile and he'll say, to that I suppose is true, no matter how dysfunctional we are. And, well, for what it's worth, I'm prepared to be told to kill many a thing with you lot.
I unfortunately feel that may be the case. He smiles a bit. Even white Draconin families are dysfunctional.
with a chuckle, as I'm assuming we've started to approach the fountain
Yeah,
by
you
now,
guys
he'll
are
say,
there. Yeah.
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 With a chuckle, he'll gesture to the fountain and say, well, just wait till you meet the rest of these ones.
My brother. One day he came home from his pilgrimage, and he told. I still remember. I still remember Father's outburst. I had never heard him swear like that. He had told Father that he had wed a smooth skin. I simply could not imagine such a thing. Ludicrous,
Draconian
egregious,
thing.
even. But well, from what I gathered, he generally did love and cherish her, and I suppose I cannot fault him for that. Uh, uh, he thinks about it for a moment and goes, "You don't think that'll happen to me, do you?"
Blink will be nodding, and then he'll chuckle at Dyrex's anxiety, and he'll say, well, you have to appreciate the man for taking life by the horns, as it were. And
Yeah.
Dyrex, I'm sure you will take life by the horns with whoever you meet. And this
Alex raises a hand. He's like, "Not anytime soon. Astrama, save me, please."
Blink will also
Orc
say,
female calls to you, Alexander.
yeah.
Not
You need. She wasn't into the old man. She wanted someone younger.
Please don't say such horrible things.
Blink will also start to say, as Darix continues to bathe in the fucking fountain, I'm sure, which is gonna be a sight to behold.
Oh yeah.
Blink will also say, the more I talk to you and Narath and even Ro, and I hear the smooth skin and the scales and the fur, it really makes me wonder, what the hell am I? Like, yes, I'm a changeling, but even Splinter, like, well, he's starting to lose his way as well. Like, even at the end of the caves, he was some kind of bird in my head. Am I a smooth skin? Am I all skin? What am I?
Dark cups the water, splashes it on him, starts to clean himself, and he looks to be thoughtful. And after scrubbing his face and getting the worst of the vomit off of his like scaly chin and the top of his armor, he says, "Well, you're the first that I've ever seen, or truly even heard of. And when I saw what you did, I presumed you some sort of abyssal creature. That, of course, I've been, illumined on the matter now. So I cannot say precisely from what or where your origins are, but I can say that you, like the rest of us, are ensouled and of purpose. That is all I can say."
With a thoughtful look, he'll say, purpose. I suppose so, aren't we all? All I know is that I've never met another one of my kind, at least not outwardly. Slinter's truly the first, and I have some affinity with nature and animals. Would I have heard the word fae before, or like know of fae magics?
Sure.
Like even as like descriptive of me, like someone calling me fae.
I think so. Yeah.
And well, once or twice I've been described as fae. Not that I know what the word means in any substantial form.
Darks. Will he have ever heard of Fae before? Anything
Yeah,
to
fountain
point-
noises.
Oh, fountain noises around the fountain while he's washing up. I assume he hasn't, but maybe like there's another word for it. His tongue.
Right, yeah. I don't know if you would know that it's a translation, but there would definitely be like a term for nature spirits, right? So we could say that you've heard, you know, or like spirits that are entwined more in like aberrant spirits that aren't necessarily evil nor good, but stem from the depths of nature as opposed to the more common empires of man and scale.
Hmm.
You know?
So he says, nature. That's. He looks around. So you feel more at home. Well, outside of this, have you even had the opportunity?
Who's asked finding a home? It cut out for me.
No, do you
No.
feel at home under the stars in the woodlands, away from all the hustle and the bustle and the noise?
Truly, yes, more so than any witch space. Although it is possible that me being in those places is not necessarily helpful to those places. The withered trees is directly my impact from training and sapping the strength. I feel not only belonging, but empowered within those places. It is a strange feeling, for sure.
Have you heard of the phrase, your thoughts determine your life?
Yes, it sounds vaguely something like a mental self-help note.
No more, not just mental, it is spiritual, and it is certainly true. You should work to, over time, orient yourself towards those peaceable thoughts that you feel, that you find in nature, and harbor those. Let that be your rock and your shelter, so that in times of stress and anxiety, you may turn to them. Just as much as I do, although admittedly I have failed greatly within the past. How long have I been here? Day? Less?
About a week.
Oh, okay. Week. I have been on this continent. In my worst moments, I must think of not only my family, but my home shrine and the chapels and the churches and the choirs and midnight masses and liturgies, places of peace and serenity, something so far removed from everything and anything I have seen here. And I know for certain that once I do get the opportunity to pray and commune with the Starfather, he halts for a moment, with the Stramus, I will be in a much better place. Perhaps you should take this opportunity to take a stroll to the woodlands yourself.
Yes, very often I find myself in the woodlands, whether it is a planned part of the night or not. I do not know that I will ever reach a level of worship to anything as you, but perhaps there is some sort of solace to be found among the spirits and animals and trees and all those things that can be found in there, in the Fae or whatever it is called. Thank you, Darks, but I believe it is time we get back now, especially now that you smell much better.
Yeah, Darks nods. He still frowns at his red and pink stained armor and tunic.
Seeing that frown, Blink will say, and worry not about the clothing and armor. That can be fixed inside once we are done with this. debriefing of sorts.
Good. The sooner that I get a proper wash and then find a place away from all of us to pray, the better off all of us will be. For you see, in communion, I will perhaps be able to communicate with my brethren at home and let them know of the treasure that I hold. They
As
will
they
be best in their care.
as they start walking back, Blake will say, "Yes," and with a whisper, and it goes without saying, but as far as that treasure is concerned, we should act like it was never here. It is not necessarily a mistrust of Rink or anyone else, more so a protection of what it means to you and others. Obviously, you don't need me to tell you that.
No, I will say nothing. I will keep it as
Shame Blink's a snitch.
I will keep it as close
How nice.
to myself as I can. I do not trust anyone. I do not like that I must say this,
That's a 3.
and that I feel this way. But it is true, nonetheless.
How
The only
nice.
problem is Ashtori.
Yeah,
No,
I think
Astorium.
Narath or Shambler meant to say Ashtorium instead of Blink, but he's asleep, so he said the wrong word.
I'm not
Alright.
asleep. I'm just retarded.
Oh, okay. Well, while you guys make your way back, we can resume the
Interrogation.
interrogations real quick, and we should be able to wrap it up relatively soon. So, Ashtorium has stepped away from the table without too much incident, it seems. And as Rink puts away 4 pages, the most so far, of documentation,
Good ol' Ashtorium. he word vomits all the time.
Rink will look over and gesture, beckoning Ro forward.
Okay. I was gonna walk over and look at him expectantly.
Rink takes a deep breath, as if to steady himself, and he says, he to everybody else, he will begin yipping and barking senselessly as he speaks to Ro in Gogrish. As he does so, he says, "You will have to forgive me, Noel. I may be longer with you, for speaking and hearing one language while writing another is difficult."
I see. I'm surprised you know my language at all.
Let us see if you have any surprises for me. And he begins to write. While you won't be able to recognize the language, especially considering it's upside down from your POV, you won't be able to recognize any words of it. You will recognize the glyphs as definitely being Agatak, the closest neighbor, if you will, to a written language that sometimes gnolls even learn, though you did not yourself.
Ah, okay. Right. So what is that, the written language for
It's like orcs
like
and other waste warriors.
orcs and, okay, and like so like orcs and like goblinoids and stuff might
Mhm.
use that.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. He begins to scrawl additional, some basic header and information before asking, "Describe to me your relationship with the great beast that struck a deal with you."
Ah, that one is interesting. It was a many-eyed creature, and it offered an eye to each of us. Upon placing our hand upon it, it bestowed upon us power, as well as a spirit for each individual.
And is it true that these spirits were of your own ilk?
It was for me. The spirit placed in my mind is a null, as myself. And I believe it was the same for the others, with the exception of the robot, Ashtorium. He got a dwarf. I'm not sure if... Was he a dwarf before he became a robot? Is that how it works?
Ask me again later, in more familiar language. It's
Okay.
complicated. Then, after clearing his throat, the vocalizations seemingly straining him, he says, "Right. You sought to provide your blade, your axe, if I am not mistaken, to this party's aid. For why?"
Well, it began as us just seemingly having coinciding goals. All of us wish to gain entrance to that elven manor, which I'm sure you're already aware of. Each for our own reason, and we saw that it would be of benefit to each of us to work together.
Rink attempts to finish recording everything before saying,
Has this any connection with your bid to join forces with da Sazarin some time ago? That is when we were first made aware of you.
No, I actually had no idea, at least initially, that Blink and Ashtorium had any relationship with the da Sazarins.
there's a prolonged recording of that before Rink says,
And your dealings with the Inquisitors? Anything to note?
I did not do much talking with the Inquisitors. I mostly stayed back and watched, but they had stopped us when we were crossing the bridge to leave the island. We were desperate to get away, as we knew that what had occurred at the manor would likely draw a lot of ire and attention that we didn't want to be a part of. And there was a lot of speaking in languages that I do not understand, so unfortunately I'm quite out of the loop as to what had occurred.
the man nods and says,
You witnessed the destruction of the manor from a distance?
Is that what the green pillar was?
he scrawls something on the paper before switching to a second piece of parchment.
I was informed that your spirits were temporarily cowed. Is that true?
Yes, I was unable to reach my spirit, and upon speaking with Blink, I had found that the same was occurring with him.
More recording, and then he says,
Let us finish with talk of the dwarves. They gave you safe passage, and even allowed you to see some of their most vibrant secrets, their machinations.
Yes, this is true. We sought protection from the Inquisition, as we all were aware that once they had reached the manor, they would have many questions of us that, well, we weren't interested in answering to them. And so we had sought out a place to stay, at least for one night, while we figured out what to do next. And so we came to a tavern run by the dwarves. They had given us a place to stay that was away from prying eyes, but something seemed to have gone wrong, and the place was attacked. And while it was under attack, we escaped with the help of the dwarves.
Rink finishes his recording after some time, clearly beleaguered by his efforts of translating, and
Right.
he looks up at you, resting his quill into the bottle, and says, "I appreciate your candor." Then, finally switching to common, in what feels like a breath of fresh air for the man, he says, "I have no further questions. Thank you for your cooperation."
You are very welcome. I hope that all my answers to your questions were to your satisfaction. So
All right.
we'll walk back over. I assume that leaves only Narath.
Helpfully,
And
Narath,
Darek.
Narath seems to have waited for last, as per usual, and he is summoned over by Rink
Nara.
at around the time that Darix and Blink step in. Rink says, "You'll have to forgive me. Your tongue is beyond my capabilities." He produces a fresh stack of parchment.
Narath, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
So are we to speak in common, or do you have other methods of concealment?
As if in response to your question, Rink reaches into a different pouch and produces a small stone, a smooth black pebble. To anyone else in the room, this will be pretty unremarkable, perhaps a bit odd, especially the way Rink carries it with such importance. He places it down in the dead center of the table, and Narath will recognize it as a sending stone. But it seems to be different than the average one. Rather than linking to a pair, well, let's just say there is no second one.
Narath
He
looks.
swallowed it.
I'd like to make Arcana check that this is not going to compromise my own mind and just allow him to read shit, since it's a modified sending stone.
You can feel free to roll Arcana, sir.
In a quiet, like, whisper Elvish, Blake is going to ask, or is going to say, "No one told him about the eggs, right?"
Ashtorium looks
he chose
concerned.
Elvish, so it's 2 out of 3. Oh, Ashtorium. Do I see that he looks concerned? Like, very obviously concerned?
Yeah.
He'll walk over to Ashtorium and he'll quickly sign a, "Did you say who was holding it?"
You'll get a negation response indicating that Ashtorium did not.
Alright, that's good.
All right. So, Narath, your knowledge of the arcane doesn't do much to inform you of how this stone has been modified, but the way that it was proffered before you indicates that perhaps only one person can hold it at any one time, as Rink placed it upon the table and immediately recoiled his hand. Perhaps the experience of wielding it is not pleasant, but so much more than that you cannot know.
All right, Narath takes the stone then, and so with that roll, it's not within my knowledge to know whether or not the modifications in question would be able to suck out information from me.
Correct. Instead, as
Okay.
you clutch it, as soon as you clutch it, the voice of Rink resonates through your mind, and he says, I need to know the nature of your mission here.
Norath, so how does this stone work? Does it just...
It's basically a perma message for now. That's
okay.
what you
So I'm
can
just going to
define.
speak then. And...
Yeah.
Okay. So Norath will say through the stone, that depends. Can I trust you?
There's a visible wince from Rink as he responds. This communion causes me great discomfort. I would not do it if there was another way.
Norath will speak again to the stone and say, I am comfortable in coming before my party. I promise them a confession. They may as well hear it. But my response still remains.
Can you explain what that means?
He just offered, we can not bother with the stone if it hurts you. I'm fine giving my debrief in front of them.
I see.
And
I am
yeah.
sworn to
but
conduct...
my question, but my
Mhm.
go ahead.
He says that he responds that he has sworn to conduct it in this way.
Then Norath
Yeah,
responds,
I'm sure this is by policy by the Desazrans.
and be prepared for quite a bit of discomfort. Because my question to you still remains. I know nothing of your order. I know nothing of its intentions. I will not give away my secrets so liberally to one who may misuse them.
I am under no orders to explain the Sazarin to you. In fact, my orders have been quite clear. Extract a debriefing, and if there are contentions, solve them with blades.
And I shall give you this for free, assassin. I will tell you what I told the Inquisitor on the bridge to get us across. I am bound to the Black Nexus. Kill me at your own Kill me if you wish to suffer the wrath of the dead.
Oh, Dark's groans.
He can't hear it, but he just groans.
You can't hear it because he's in the message stone.
Oh, okay, thank God. Oh, okay. Oh,
Dark's mentally groans because he knows this is not going well.
Yeah, you can probably see it on the guy's face.
Yeah, you can yeah, like, oh God. Why is he threatening everybody all of the time?
That's just what Narath does, dude.
Yeah, everybody's like, I'll kill you.
And everyone's
Like,
been
Narath
backing
does know
up
he
so
can just-
far, actually.
Well, Narath does know he can literally just light at the guy, right?
No,
Maybe he
because
doesn't want to tell him the
Narath,
truth.
Narath
All
has
right.
reasons for why he's trying to get this to work, actually. But
Yeah.
if the guy won't give him basic info, then can't do nothing here.
Well, I think I am gonna pull a moment. Oh yeah, I'm pulling the moment. Are you guys ready for the cliffhanger?
Oh shit! He transforms into an eldritch monster from the manor.
With yet another wince
roll initiative?
evident upon his face, Rink replies, unshaken from your information. Narath, you are not the only one bound to the Black Nexus.
Boy, great. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Are we
don't know. Tired
cliffhangering,
dogs.
or do I get the response?
Does he say that in common?
He's
No,
he's
he's-
saying that through the sending stone.
No. So
It's-
we
it's
don't
mental.
even get to hear it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you hear Darks go, "Oh boy, great."
No, I did. Oh, see. Oh, see.
Yeah.
So are we cliffhangering, or do I get the response to that?
I think
No, that's a good
that's
cliffhanger.
that's a cliffhanger, dude. What was your response gonna be? Because you might change it in
It
a
was
week.
gonna be. It was gonna be basically. I'm aware. I'm trying to determine if you are.
Oh yeah, well,
Well-
save that for next session for sure. Because that's the part of the cliffhanger. I can't just be like, "Oh,
Yeah.
actually it is or isn't." That's the whole point. You guys got to come back next week.
Can't think of
That's right.
anything epic on the moment to say.
Yeah. Well,
So yeah.
too bad
That'll be
Astoria
the
missed that part, and especially missed the part about whether or not he told him about the dragon egg. I'll have to ask him about that. Because all I saw, all the guidance I got from his character was he will
Yeah, as
relay
accurate as
everything
possible, yeah.
happened as accurately as possible.
No, yeah, it makes sense.
I think that makes perfect sense with the character.
Yeah.
He wasn't given any heads up.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
He's not.
Because like,
Yeah, he
you know,
wasn't
Blink
told,
told
like,
Darix like, "Hey, we should probably lie to him about the egg," but
He didn't.
he didn't tell Astoria, right?
Astoria
So,
was the one
yeah,
who needed to hear it the most.
yeah.
Like everyone else was, of course, gonna lie about the egg.
Everybody else kind of did, yeah. Like he pressed Silas a bunch of times for information. He was like, "And what was that? Was that the only thing that tested your faith?" You know. Like meanwhile, Silas like totally glosses over the whole idea that he
Yeah.
unified
Yeah,
two
well-
gods at one point.
To be fair, Silas was being honest. He just didn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, here's the line. You know, he says, "You're not the only agent of the Black Nexus, right?" Narath says, "But I am the only one who has broken their chains."
See, there you go.
There you
That's
go.
that's a cliffhanger for him. Now he doesn't. He has to think for a week about what to say to that.
Dude, next session we're actually gonna fight the Lich.
If that's how this goes, hell yeah.
Nice knowing you guys.
No, I
Yeah.
just want Darks
Yeah.
to go rest
I
and
hope-
pray. Let Darks, please.
I
Please
hope you're ready
pray.
for some fucking. You thought
We're never
you
gonna
were-
have like a normal conversation with each other ever.
No, we're really not. And no, we're never going to get a full long rest ever. It's just going to be short rests the entire campaign. I'm never going to get more than one spell slot. We're always going to be wounded. It's just going to be like this
And we're
all
gonna
the
be
time.
fighting level 20 monsters.
And whose fault is it gonna be?
And it's going to be Dareth's fault for just opening his big, fat, dumb, half-dead mouth all the time. Oh, God. Starfather, deliver us.
His first reaction to everything is to intimidate and threaten.
Yeah, intimidate, threaten, intimidate, threaten, intimidate,
No,
threaten.
no. My first reaction is to lie. Okay.
That's
lie.
true.
He didn't lie this
Yeah.
time.
No, he didn't lie
The
this
lie
time. That's the
doesn't work.
problem.
Yeah, no, yeah, this time we
Well,
want you
yeah,
to want you to lie this one time, and then you don't lie. Like what is with me?
Because he can't lie about this.
Yeah, you
What do you mean
can.
he can't? Isn't his contract basically broken? What do you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
you have free will. You
So he
can
just
lie your ass
watched
off.
all of you, he just watched all of you guys give accounts of everything before him, right? He knows that there are two loyal to Sazarin agents who gave briefings before he started. Okay, those the Sazarin agents know about the Lich shenanigan. The
Well,
Lich shenanigans. In
They
the
know that a
tavern,
chicken
and-
spoke to you. They don't know
Yeah,
anything
they know
about
a chicken
who that
spoke.
was.
That's
Yeah,
true. They
they
haven't
know what you
actually
can
heard
do.
the debrief on your end. So anyway.